bid you all welcome to H Summit 2025. Thank you all for being here. A round of applause for you, please. A round of applause. A round of applause. I can't hear you clap, people. All right. We're so sorry we're starting a bit late, 35 minutes behind schedule. So we are starting right now. Please, I crave your indulgence. Can we all please sit at the center aisle so that we concentrate our numbers here while other people are on their way? We can make room for them everywhere else. But please, let's concentrate our number at the center aisle. Yeah, so this is H Summit 2025, and for this event, I am your host, Abiodun Omonijo. Thank you so much. The theme for this year's H Summit is From Idea to Impact, Building Your Business with Purpose. There are a lot of things that happen in the business environment, in the business field, that a lot of young entrepreneurs, even experienced entrepreneurs, find it hard, troublesome to navigate the waters. And it's why we have put together a program like this for us to come and have a conversation, have a discussion about business, about the business environment, the business world, so that we can rub minds, rub ideas, learn from seasoned entrepreneurs, businessmen and women, listen to them, learn, ask questions, so that we know how to build what we are building. And before we go into the topic of the day, for the benefit of those interacting with this program for the first time, we'll like to introduce H Summit to everyone once again. So I'll be calling on the chairman of our local organizing committee for H Summit 2025, Mr. Adetola Asha, to come and speak to us all about H Summit 2025 and to give us his welcoming address. So a round of applause for Mr. Adetola Asha as he comes up.
Good morning, everyone. That's so cold. Why? We are entrepreneurs, right? So if you want to market your business, is that how you're going to pitch your business to me? Good morning, everyone. I hope you are good. Right. I just have a few words to say, and I want to welcome everyone to this H Summit 2025 from the Cedar Entrepreneur Development Foundation. And it has been a long-term event that we have planned, and we thank God that the day has come. And also, I'll be reading my speech from here. Welcome to the Cedar Entrepreneur Development Foundation. Cedar Entrepreneur Development Foundation has the vision to provide skill development, training, professional counseling, and networking that are responsive to individual needs, with a view to adding value to people's lives, helping them realize the full potential, increase their possibilities for job creation and employment to raise holy, healthy, and highly successful people. And professional development through counseling academic programs, practical training, and experiential and project-based learning. And I believe some of us are already enjoying the facility that the foundation has provided towards this. And for the H Summit, the H comes from the holy, healthy, and highly successful. All right, so we are building up holy, healthy, and highly successful people, entrepreneurs, and other business owners from every space of life. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow entrepreneurs, I am pleased to welcome you all to the Cedar H Summit 2025. Woo! Today we gathered with a shared passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and creating businesses that make a meaningful impact. The theme for this year's summit is From Idea to Impact, Building Your Business with Purpose. And this resonates deeply with us. We know that turning an idea into a successful business requires dedication, hard work, and a clear purpose. As we come together today, we will explore the strategies, insights, and inspiration needed to turn your vision into a reality. Our lineup of speakers, panelists, and attendees is a testament to the vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem we have built. We have gathered experts, thought leaders, and innovators who will share their experience, successes, and challenges. We will learn from each other, network, and build connections that will last long after the summit. At H Summit 2025, we will dive into the latest trends, best practices, and technologies that can help you drive your business forward. We shall be discussing the importance of purpose-driven entrepreneurship, social responsibility, and sustainability in today's fast-paced business landscape. And our focal area will be, 1, navigating the investment landscape, funding your startup business for success. We learn how to get our funding for our startups or our businesses. Then global expansion, taking your startup business from local to global. So you don't want to be a local champion. You want to also extend globally. So a lot of us have the vision for that also. Then the role of government policies and regulations towards building business growth. So we need to be understand what are the roles that the government is putting in place or the government plays in developing our businesses to not fall short of sanctions and other things. Building resilient teams, leadership culture, and talent in startups, and among others. I would like to extend my gratitude to our sponsors and the pastorate, the BOTs, for the Cedar Entrepreneur Development Foundation. Thank you very much for the support, sirs. And organizers and volunteers. We have our volunteers out there. You have them, so we appreciate them. And while I'm appreciating the BOT, the chairman of the BOT just walked in. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir. Let's stand in ovation and welcome him. Welcome, sir. And to our attendees also, I want to encourage every one of us to engage in this program, ask questions, and participate in the discussions. Your active participation will enrich the experience for everyone involved. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, grow, and connect. Together, let us turn our ideas into impact and create business that truly matters. Thank you, and let the H Summit 2025 journey begins. Thank you very much.
An exciting address from our chairman from the chairman of our local organizing committee. So, without further ado, let's get into the business of the day. Oh, thank you. Without further ado, let's get into the business of the day as we learn from our guest speakers. And the rest of the first of them, rather, Mrs. Ibirunke Ogumodede. Before she comes up, I would like to invite Joy to read our citation so that we know more about her. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. When I say Age Summit 2025, you're going to reply with, I am only healthy and highly successful. So Age Summit 2025. I can't hear you. Age Summit 2025. So please, a round of applause for yourself. I want you to listen as I read a citation. Ibironke Ogumade is a talent manager, a career counselor, and whenever you feel like she deserves an applause, please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. So Mrs. Ibironke Ogumade is a talent manager, a career counselor, and a project manager. She specializes in helping individuals align their natural talents and core competencies with rewarding careers. She obtained an MBA from Frankfurt School of Finance and Management and a BA in English from Obafemi Awolowo University. Thank you. She also holds a global competency-based credential that validates HR professional, that's PHRI and SPHRI. Her work experience spans human resource consulting and development projects. She started her career with Workforce Management Center, an HR consulting firm. Also worked with HCDC, that is the Human Capital Development Consultant, Philips Consulting, ASEAN Microfinance Bank, as the Talent Acquisition Specialist and as the head. Employability's Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, she has over 12 years work experience. It's not easy. Please clap. It's not easy. She's presently the managing consultant Career for All Limited. Throughout her career, she has succeeded in placing thousands of fresh graduates in rewarding careers. Mrs. Ibironke is passionate about helping youth identify opportunities, and in 2009, she wrote and published a 128-page book titled Becoming Employable. If you want to become employable, please clap for yourself. I know you are going to be employable. So she's also the principal coach of Career for All, a management consulting firm. Career for All specializes in providing mentoring service to development agencies and corporate bodies who invest in bridging the skill gap among African youth. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, please, with a round of applause and with joy in your heart, in honor, help me to welcome Mrs. Ibironke Ogumade as she comes on stage. Don't stop clapping until she gets here. Thank you so much. Please keep clapping. She deserves it. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma. Thank you very much. I'll go straight to the business of the day. How will you sell your knowledge, skills, and expertise if you have the rare privilege to meet the richest man in Africa? Have you ever given that a thought? How will you sell your skills, your product, your services, if you are stuck in the elevator with the CEO of one of the most prestigious organizations that you've always wanted to do business? If I, Ibironke Ogumade, yes, that's my name. If I am stuck in the elevator with the richest man in Africa, or if I have the privilege to meet the CEO of one of the most prestigious organizations that I've always wanted to do business or partner with, I will start by saying, good afternoon, sir, or ma. I know that you are an extremely busy person, but please, I would like to crave your indulgence to take just 2 minutes of your time, and I promise that I won't exceed 2 minutes. My name is Ibironke Ogumade. I'm a certified career coach, and in the last 18 years, I've worked in 4 key sectors of the economy, responsible for placing thousands of youth in rewarding careers. In 2019, I started a management consulting firm. And since inception, we've partnered with development agencies like UNDP, GIZ, through Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and presently with CIFA, Skills Initiative for Africa, to train and mentor youth. And since inception, over 50% of our trained students are either in paid employment or have started their own businesses. I would really love an opportunity, sir, to partner with your prestigious organization so that together we can impact the lives of more youth in the country and probably across the continent. Thank you, sir, for this rare privilege. What I've just done is called an elevator pitch, or you can also call it an elevator speech. I've used it in two capacities. I've used it to introduce myself and also tell you the importance of having an elevator pitch. But just in case you're wondering, Ibironke, yes, that's my name. Just in case you're wondering, Ibironke, what has an elevator pitch or an elevator speech got to do with your topic for today? By the way, the topic I'm supposed to talk about is building resilient teams. Leadership, culture, and talent in startups. Building resilient teams. Leadership, culture, and talent in startups. If I ask maybe a cross-section of those that are seated here this morning, what you consider to be very important to a startup leader, some of you might be tempted to say that it is access to market, having the right customer that will patronize your business. Sorry, from time to time, I will need water. Some of you might also be tempted to say that maybe it's access to funding. Some will say that it's access to the right mentors. And I put it to you that as much as all of those things are important, of equal importance are the different elements that make up my topic for today. By the way, I'd like to appreciate the organizers of this laudable initiative. And I would also like to appreciate our pastor and our mommies. Thank you very much for giving us this platform, this exalted platform, to be able to speak to startup leaders this morning. I would also like to appreciate the brain behind crafting my topic for today, because every element that makes up the topic of today is very important. And I'm going to try as much as possible to unbundle the topic that I have before me today. The first element in that topic is resilience. Can somebody help me go on Google and type the word resilience? Can somebody help me go on Google and type the word resilient? What does it mean to be resilient? Resilient. Can somebody help me read that definition? Thank you very much. Resilience is the capacity to withstand and quickly overcome challenges, adversities. I particularly like the word adversity because I'm going to link it up with a particular verse in the Bible. Can somebody also help me check Proverbs 24 verse 10? What does Proverbs 24 verse 10 say? I thought we have Bible scholars in this room. Somebody that can just tell me, without looking at your Bible. Proverbs 24 verse 10 says, somebody wants to help me read it? Oh, is there? Oh, yeah, King James. If thou faint in the day of adversity, thy strength is small. What's the correlation between the definition of resilience and this verse? Adversity. That's the connection between the meaning of resilience and Proverbs, yes, thank you. Between the word resilience and Proverbs 24 verse 10, adversity. And that's why I prefer adversity to difficulties or challenges. It means that adversities would definitely come. But your ability to withstand and quickly come out of adversity will determine whether or not you're able to build something sustainable. Adversity is more or less guaranteed. Like you will encounter difficulties in your personal life and in businesses. So I understand that everybody seated in this room today have one startup or another. You are operating one business or another. Is that true or true? Yeah, okay, true. Okay. So how does one develop resilience that will enable you overcome adversities? How does one develop resilience that will enable you overcome adversities? Like I said, there are different elements in my topic of today. So the number one element is resilience. Building resilient teams, leadership, culture, and talent. So I'm going to pick all of those elements one after the other. So resilience, leadership, culture, and talent. How does one develop resilience that is needed to overcome adversities? I understand that this generation will say things like, I cannot come and go and kill myself. But if you don't have the inner strength, which is otherwise referred to as tenacity, if you don't have that inner strength, you will find it difficult to overcome adversities because, like I said, adversities will surely come. So if you are the type that run from problems, you run from challenges, any small challenge, go and do the dishes or go and do the laundries, you run from challenges. If you start a business, the chances that you will fail are almost like 99%. I say that the entrepreneurship journey is a leadership journey. And so, entrepreneurship should never be the first leadership position that you will occupy. If not, it's almost guaranteed that you will fail. Just like a pastor will not invite a novice, somebody that has never played the keyboard, to come and sit on the drum set on an important occasion. You know that is an invitation for disaster. You're sure that the person might not perform. So it is in your quiet moments that you develop skills that you will transfer to your leadership position. And in this sense, we are talking about the entrepreneurship journey. It is in your quiet moments, in the things that you do on a daily basis, because these skills are called transferable skills. Leadership skills are transferable. If you are able to develop them even in your home, you lead your siblings well, then it's almost guaranteed that you will be able to have a resemblance of what is called leadership skills when you begin to grow your own business. It doesn't automatically mean that you will run a successful business, but it means that at least you are on the right footing. So what does it mean to, how do you develop resilience as an individual? And mostly today, I'm going to be focusing on you. I know that the topic says developing resilient teams, but you can't give what you don't have. And so we are going to be focusing more on you. If you are able to develop tenacity, if you're able to develop resilience, it's almost guaranteed that you can replicate it in others, because people will follow you. People follow people who have results. So if you have a team and they see that you have results to show, it's just a matter of time before they follow you. But if I talk extensively on how to develop resilient teams without addressing you, which is a fundamental issue, then we are not building on a very solid foundation. So I'm going to be focusing more on you and expecting that, by developing all of these attributes and skills, you're able to automatically transfer those skills to your team. Okay, so number one thing that I have here is that for you to be able to develop resilience, you must embrace your realities. And what is the reality of our society today is the fact that, maybe somebody that has been shuffle-driven before. I was listening to an interview that was granted by this co-founder of Flutterwave and Andela, Inyola, I've forgotten his surname now. Aboyeji, thank you. Yeah. Who is that? I feel like giving that person a gift. Yeah, people are very current. Yeah, so he was granting an interview on, the question was, why haven't you japa? Why haven't you relocated out of the country? And he said something very profound. He said that he understands his purpose. He understands the assignment that God has given him. And that assignment is to help fintech startup in Nigeria. And so if you japa, if you relocate out of the country and take a job there, how will he be able to fulfill that purpose? So for you to develop tenacity, number one, you have to come to terms with your reality. Number two, you have to understand your purpose. What is your purpose? If you are in Ife, have you been able to define the purpose for which God has called you in a place like this at such a time like this? Though very challenging, because business might not be booming as what you have in Lagos. But if you understand the purpose for which God has called you in a community like this, or in an environment like this, at such a time like this, it will help you stay focused. So you understand that, of course, there are challenges associated with living in Ife. Then number three, if you have to develop a growth mindset. And what does developing a growth mindset means? Number one, I said that you must come to terms with your reality. And coming to terms with your reality doesn't mean that that is how it's going to be forever. It means that you now have to develop a growth mindset. Understand that challenges will come, but that when those challenges come, they are not coming to knock you off. You will learn from those challenges. So you should not be in a hurry to run and say, okay, I have faced challenges here, so let me run to something else. Or I cannot come and kill myself, let me go and do something else. Or, or just look for easy way out. No, nothing good comes easy. So embracing the growth mindset means that you're learning from everything that is happening to you, and you're looking at how to fine-tune whatever it is, whatever business you're going through, whatever it is you're doing. If you're maybe doing, you're in tech, you're building something, and you're learning. So how do I fine-tune this process to make it better? So you don't see failure as an end in itself, but a means to an end. That's how you develop, you develop tenacity. You develop resilience that is needed to thrive, or, that you will now be able to replicate in your team members. Number four is to now build a strong support network. That one hits home, because I went through. Will I say that I'm still going through something, presently? And it is by the grace of God and by the grace of the support system that I have that I'm still standing today. I started a business in 2019. So I came from paid employment, having worked for like 15 years, started I wouldn't call it a business because it's more or less a non-for-profit. So what we'll do is to seek grants to be able to train youth and ensure that they're able to identify, harness, and maximize their potential. So from paid employment to business, now to partnering with another organization. And you know that all of those stages has different dynamics. And going into partnership, some of the things that I'm witnessing right now, I didn't envisage. You know, I recently experienced a brutal betrayal. And there will be days that I will just sit and stare. And I'm wondering, how did I get here? For somebody that you never thought could do something like this to you, you know, literally backstabbing you. And so, but for me, I've always had the growth mindset. I can't categorically say at what point I embraced that mindset, but I've always had that mindset that whatever happens to me, I always see it as an opportunity to learn, and I've learned a lot. What I'm trying to say is that you must have a strong support system that is able to support you, because the entrepreneurship journey is not for the faint-hearted, I must confess. And so, at times, you will need to lean back on your support system. As old as I am, well, I'm not very old. My mom is still very plays a very pivotal role in my life. I have my mom, I have my dad, I have my siblings. And so tapping into that resources and, you know, talking to them from time to time in terms of what I'm going through presently has been has helped me a lot to come out of, you know, what I'm going through. So it is very critical to have a strong support system. Then practice self-love, self-care. You know, take care of yourself, pamper yourself in whatever way you know how to pamper yourself. You know, pamper yourself, because, you know, if you keep going at that rate, you might not be able to, you know, you might burn out easily. So from time to time, practice self-care. So in very briefly, that is how to develop resilience, you know. And that is, you know, talking about resilience. You know that resilience is a verb. Do we all agree that resilience is a verb? And it qualifies the word team. Don't mind me. So I studied English from the greatest of Bafemi Awolowo University. Great Ife! Yes. Okay, so next to the next item, leadership. John C. Maxwell says that the fourth law of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. Leadership is all about influence, nothing more, nothing less. And he itemized 4 traits that an influential leader must exhibit to be successful. 4 traits that an influential leader should exhibit, or 4 traits that a leader should exhibit before you can categorize him or her as an influential leader. Before I go on to itemize those 4 traits, I would like to say that for me, leadership starts from your ability to lead yourself. What did I say? Leadership starts from your ability to lead yourself, self-leadership. So we are leaving John C. Maxwell's definition of leadership. We're leaving it hanging for now, and I'm going to come to the trait that he highlighted as the trait that a leader should exhibit to be considered influential. And I'm going to my own definition, but I think I heard it from somewhere. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard it from my pastor, Reverend Sam, because I attend Daystar. I think I heard it from him. He said that leadership starts from self-leadership. If you cannot lead yourself, forget it, you cannot lead others. And when he said that, I'm like, okay, how does one lead oneself? Leading yourself means that you are disciplined. You are accountable. You have integrity. When people give you a task to which you have committed, you see it through. Even when you cannot, you carry them along and let them know where you are at every point in the journey of that task. So when I was in school, there were people that you could rely on. If you wanted to raise, for instance, funds for maybe a new bus, or you wanted to raise funds to buy equipment for the church, there were some people that you could rely on to be sure that even if they are not able to achieve 100% of the target that was set for them, they are able to go a reasonable length that you can consider them to be successful in the execution of the project. And things like that are not built overnight. It takes deliberate and conscious effort. And it starts from home training. It starts from home training. You might want to despise the training that you got from home, but it's the foundation upon which your life is based. And so if peradventure you didn't have a parent figure, or you did not put your head down, when they were training you, you did not put that head down. You were doing like this. So you did not get all the correction. I am putting it to you now. I've said it again, and I'm going to say it over and over till the end of my topic, that if entrepreneurship position is the first leadership position that you're occupying, I'm sorry, chances that you will succeed are very slim. Because there are skills, basic skills that you need to thrive as a leader. If you've not developed it in school, you've not developed it in church, you've not developed it in your house, and people are selling what? Luxury toothpaste. And so you want to sell luxury toothpaste. Or people are selling, and you want to, maybe leveraging on social media. A time will come, you will say, I have posted 100 these pictures today. It's not working. Let me go to my house. At least my parents will give me food. But if you have developed that tenacity at home, where you did not have enough pocket money in school, and you were able to rally your friends, and you still go by, believe me, those are the skills that you need to thrive in business. It's not rocket science. There are skills that you can transfer. And so if you've not developed them, I will say that maybe now is the time to begin to look for opportunities. So if this entrepreneurship leadership position you're occupying is the first ever leadership position you're occupying, you might need to begin to look for other positions, maybe in your church, your local assembly, if you're still in your school, and put your head down. Push through some of the assignments they give you. Don't give up easily. Don't say that I'm going to bed when you've not accomplished, what is given you. Because, truth be told, you need those things in business. Okay, so now to the traits that John C. Maxwell highlighted as the traits that every leader must have to be influential. Number one, vision. An influential leader or a startup leader a successful startup leader must have a vision, must be visionary. Even Bible says that my people perish for lack of, okay, it's knowledge. Yes, I'm saying that, people can also perish for lack of vision. If you don't have a definition of where you're going to, and you don't take calculated steps to bridge the gap between where you are and where you're going, you just be, vision. And I would like to illustrate this with the story of the co-founder of Alibaba. Help me. Jack Ma. Yeah, I thought somebody was going to help me there. Yes, Jack Ma. As far back as 1999, when China didn't have a good internet, or their internet connectivity was almost non-existent, Jack Ma, Alibaba is the name of the organization. Jack Ma had the vision to create a platform that will connect buyers and sellers, not only in China, globally. He faced a lot of challenges, but today, everybody knows Alibaba. His vision, some of the problems that he encountered is associated with lack of resources. Resources in funding, he didn't have enough. Nobody ever have the right fund to start a business. As a matter of fact, most of the time, when people have a lot of money, they don't even think about investing in business. You find out that most businesses are started by people that didn't have enough capital to start it. Because when you have enough, at times you tend to waste it. But when you don't have enough and you're creative or about how to get more, then that business is likely to thrive. Some of the challenges that Jack Ma encountered was lack of fund, and the fact that he didn't have enough technical knowledge. He didn't have technical knowledge on how to create the platform or how the platform will work. He just had the vision. But he was able to inspire a small group of people, his team members, to make it work. As a matter of fact, before he started, they said that he was rejected at 30 different jobs. Jack Ma was rejected at 30 different jobs before he decided to start. I guess it was because he kept experiencing rejection. That was why he started Alibaba. So vision is very important. Like I said, it will help you bridge the gap between where you are and where you're going to. And if you make that vision very clear, then you can say, maybe in the next 5 years, this is where I want to be. I want to create tasty pastries in every household or for every occasion in Ife. And what will be the step? You now itemize the steps that you need to take. Maybe you need to do fresh marketing, five face-to-face marketing on a daily basis. That's a step, but vision will guide you. Number 2 trait that John C. Maxwell listed as the attribute of an influential leader is trust. An influential leader must be trustworthy. What does it mean to be trustworthy? It means to be consistent, to have integrity, and to be transparent. To be consistent, to have integrity, and to be transparent. Consistency in action and in words. Ensuring that your words match your action. Don't say something in your room and you do something else outside. We tend to think that things like that are only applicable to the Christian journey. No, it's applicable in the business world too. Some people will not do business with you because they do not trust you. Bible says that he that is faithful in little will be faithful in much. And if you've demonstrated that you are not faithful in little, people tend to carry over that assumption. So if, for instance, Take, for instance, you are all students of maybe a particular department in school, and they now divided you into groups of maybe 5. But you find out that maybe 2 people are very unserious. You divided the task, and you gave them part of the task to execute, and they refused to execute it. Do you know that, consciously or unconsciously, if those 2 people are consistent in exhibiting their nonchalant attitude and not implementing and not being reliable in church, in school, or anywhere they find themselves, when they start business, people will just automatically believe that that one that you cannot trust to deliver this thing. So you will give such person your wedding cake. It will disappoint you. So those things are they look very simple, but they are very pivotal. If you are not faithful in little, if I cannot trust you that, I cannot trust Samuel to say that, by 8 o'clock, Samuel will be here to set up the instrument for the church to run smoothly. I will assume that if Samuel now comes to me to look for a job, Samuel will not be. And that is how we shoot ourselves in the feet. And it is also applicable to business. People just automatically assume that this one is not a serious person. So people must be able to trust you. You must ensure that what you say aligns with what you do. The moment I caught this revelation, my life changed almost like 360 degrees. Because when I was also in school, I did not put my head down. You will say this, I will run away. You say this, I will run away. I will run away. But when I graduated, and I found out that getting a job was difficult, and I started applying these simple principles. It was just a matter of time. So when we say things are difficult at times, we are the one that are difficult. We are the one making things difficult for ourselves. So trust. Number 3 is emotional intelligence. I'm sure that is a phrase or clause phrase has been baptized. Emotional intelligence. So a leader must have emotional intelligence to be considered influential. And what does it mean to be emotionally intelligent? It means that you understand your emotions and how your behavior affects the other person. Invariably, it means that you have social skills that are necessary for you to relate with and work with others and get along with them. Some people, when you meet them, you just generally get along with them. And you begin to say, I like that girl. I like that lady. I like that. You might not be able to pinpoint, but if you now say that there's another person that you don't like, you can almost categorically say why you don't like her. Because, number one, maybe the person doesn't set boundaries, the person talks anyhow, the person is not reliable, he promised that he would deliver today, he doesn't deliver today, he doesn't call to explain why he did not deliver. Nobody wants to have somebody like that in his or her corner. So emotional intelligence is having the social skills needed for you to work well with others, get along with them easily. Most of these things that I talk about, they are needed as an employee, and they are needed as a startup leader. It's not only when you are going to work in an organization. So some people think that because you are not in paid employment and you are your own boss, then you can do anything at any time. It's even more difficult to be your own boss because people must see in you that leadership skills. They might not categorize it as leadership skills, but they just say that, this person is reliable. this person is dedicated, this person achieves results, and I would like to associate with him, I would like to do business with him, because they automatically believe that if you are dedicated in church and you deliver your service well, you will automatically carry it over to your business. The last trait that John C. Maxwell mentioned is action. Decision making under pressure. So not just any action, your ability to make decision under pressure is very important. You know, most people break down when they are under pressure, but your ability to make decision or to make a decision or take an action when you're under pressure is also very important as a leader. And making decision under pressure involves being composed, analyzing the situation objectively, and making a decisive decision or taking a decisive decision despite limited time or higher stake. Taking action under pressure involves being composed, analyzing the situation objectively, and making decisive action despite limited time or higher stake. And like I've said before, you know, I said that I will continue to stress it. If you've never been, I don't want to believe that there's anybody here that has never been under pressure. You know, some people will say, you cannot pressure me, you know, but there will be instances in life when you come under immense pressure. How do you deal? How do you handle the situation? If you've handled such situations in your quiet moments, I keep saying it, you will carry it over to your business. But some of the tools, there are some tools that will help you to be able to make decisions under pressure. You have business and strategic making tools, like business and strategic decision making tools, like you have the SWOT analysis. I'm sure you've all heard about the SWOT analysis. Yes, but we don't think about it when we are under pressure. Most of the time, we don't think about it when we are under pressure. So you analyze the situation critically. What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What are the opportunities? And what are the threats? You know, so there are also business and strategic decision-making tools like Pareto analysis. I'm sure you've heard about the Pareto principle. Yes. Then we have the balanced scorecard. Those are business and strategic decision-making tools. But as simple as just listing the pros and cons of a situation, you are in a dilemma. You have to deliver cake or go to class, or you have to do this or do that. List what are the pros. List what are the cons. If the pros outweigh the cons, you know, maybe you should, you know, it will guide you to the decision that you should take. Okay, I think that to a reasonable extent, I've been able to talk extensively about the first two elements, which is resilience and leadership. So at this point, we go to culture. Culture in the traditional sense, I'm sure we know what culture is. When they say the culture of the people, it encompasses is shared values, belief system. At times it encompasses the language of a group of people or a society. When you talk about culture, you're talking about shared values. You're talking about beliefs. You're talking about custom, behavior, symbols that defines a group of people. And when you now bring culture to organization, it's almost the same thing. Culture is the glue that binds a team. And culture starts from something like that, our mandate. Culture starts from something like that, our vision. And when you go to organizations, especially structured organizations, you will see on their wall their core values. There is no point writing it on the wall if you don't practice it. Because those are the things that now define your culture, the culture of an organization. It includes even things like whether you have a flexible work arrangement in your organization, the type of dress sense that you have in your organization. Maybe you allow business casual, or it has to be formal, formal wear all the time. It includes things like whether you have a slogan in your organization, whether you have free days, your bonding exercise, so all those nuances that defines the organization, that's the culture. And creating a strong organizational culture is very pivotal to building a resilient team. So you have to think critically. I know that for some of us, you might be operating alone. But some of us might have one or two people working with us. Or some of us are looking at probably even expanding as time goes on. But the culture starts from you as a leader. So if you say that the culture, our organizational culture, and don't think that when I talk about organizational culture, I'm talking about multinationals. I'm saying use. What are those values that you hold dear? If you say professionalism, you're not just saying professionalism because you think that that's what everybody is saying. If you go on internet and you say organizational culture or examples of organizational cultures, you will see things like professionalism, integrity. Borrow me words. Borrow me. Yeah, some will say customer service, loyalty, something brand loyalty and things like that. It's not enough to write it on the wall. Because, as a matter of fact, it has no value on the wall if it is not imbibed in you. And you as the leader, as a startup leader, must live it. You must exhibit it. People must see it in you. So much so that others will emulate it. Culture starts from the leader. You cannot drive it down people's neck if you don't imbibe it yourself. And whether you like it or not, a culture will form in your organization. So whether it is just 2 people or 3 people that are in that your startup, if you do not define your culture, one way or another, something will form. So it's either people are coming late, people don't have integrity, people are not professional, it will form haphazardly. So it is your responsibility as a leader to ensure that you are deliberate in the type of culture that you're building in your organization. And how do you ensure that? Number one, you must define your core values. I know that, I keep stressing that I know that some of you are just 1 or 2 people. But the moment you begin to now employ somebody else, you must ensure that you take the person through. It might not be like a structured induction process that you have in organization. It might just be a 30-minute thing to say that these are our principles here, these are our culture, or these are my own personal values, and I want you to abide by these values. What you are doing is that you are deliberately setting the tone. You don't necessarily have to wait until you have 5 employees, or you wait until you have 10 team members. Right from you, and the moment you now begin to have one person, even if that person is volunteering, you must let the person know that these are the culture, these are our organizational culture. Number 2, leaders must be committed. And leader in this instance is you. You are the leader. You have to be committed to the culture. You must have open conversation periodically on your culture. Then you must recognize and reward. I heard a particular story from the MD of one supermarket. It's a chain of supermarkets in Lagos. He said that they do not spare theft, the art of stealing, that they go to every extent to punish or prosecute thieves in their supermarket. But that when it comes to recognition, when a staff clocks a particular year in their organization, they have a very robust reward system. So they try to make sure that the reward system outshines the punishment. But it doesn't take away from the fact that when you steal, you are punished. So it's a good way. You might not be able to begin to implement some of those things now, but you have to be conscious of how you build your culture. You know, what reward system are you going to have in place? What type of punishment are you going to have in place? And it will cascade down to the next item, which is now talking about talent. You know, how to now look out for people that have the right attitude so that you can engage them. So some of the ways to ensure that you deliberately cultivate the type of culture you want in your startup is to, number 1, be the example. Live by example. What are the things that you want to see in your organization? You know, do them. Reward and, you know, recognize people that are doing the right thing. Don't be out to only punish. So that's about culture. So now to talent. Talent is, so when we talk about talent, it's not only applicable in music industry. In the context of organization, it refers to individuals that possess the skills and competencies needed to contribute successfully to the development of organization. Talent refers to individuals who possess the necessary skills and competencies required to thrive, to contribute successfully, meaningfully to the organization. And when you talk about talent, how to develop resilient teams, it starts from your hiring process. I worked extensively in organization. I tell people that I was the entry and the exit point. People come in through me because I started as a recruiter, and people go out through me when they are resigning. If you get the hiring process wrong, you will struggle. If you get the hiring process wrong, you will struggle. And I will give you an instance. You know, when I worked in the bank, I'm sure most organizations experience the same frustration when it comes to retaining their sales personnel. You know, the sales personnel are usually on the move because other organizations, especially when they're very good, when they are very competent, other organizations will either poach them or they will headhunt them or recruit them. So I was having a hard time not even retaining, because what they used to say then is that, Ronke, you are the one hiring the bad people. That's why they are not staying. So my HR director had to tell me, do an extensive analysis of the current sales personnel in the organizations that have spent over 5 years. Look for what is the common factor amongst them. And now, use that as a benchmark for your hiring process. I discovered something phenomenal, and it helped my recruitment process. I also give this illustration. My husband is a lawyer, and he has a practicing law firm. And he used to have a problem with his admin staff. But there was a time he hired a lawyer. So that lawyer now took it upon herself to be responsible for hiring. And ever since then, it's as if they've gotten it right. What she did was she identified a particular locality very close to their office. And she goes there and look for all these secondary school leavers that are looking for, what to do while they... And that was how they got it right. So it's not rocket science, but you have to get your hiring process right. So even if what you're doing is you're manufacturing pure water, and what you need is an unskilled labor to be able to carry out your business successfully, you have to get the hiring process right. If not, you're going to burn out. You will get to a time where you are the one driving, you are the one doing all of this and all of that. Yeah, when you start, it might be like that, but you should be able to learn from that process to say, okay, what are the things that I've gotten wrong? What are the things that I need to work on to be able to be able to hire the right staff? So, building resilient teams starts from hiring. You have to define what you consider to be the critical skills and attitude to look out for when you are hiring, so that you are not just hiring because the position is vacant. You are hiring based on some set of criteria that you have penciled down to say that, okay, maybe I'm looking for a driver for the truck. What are the attributes that you are looking for in the person? That will now be your guiding factor, so that you don't keep reinventing the wheel all the time and they keep giving you a headache, And when you hire, you must be committed to their development. When I say committed to their development, it looks like, how will I be able to afford training? How will I be able to... These days, all you need is 1,000 naira data. Gather your staff. Identify a very good video on YouTube. Gather all of them every month. This is the video we are going to watch on how to make hair. Yes, my time is almost up. On how to make hair. Or maybe the new technique on how to do this. Thank you. On how to do this, on how to do that. You have trained them. You have invested in their development. And you must also pay attention to their well-being. It doesn't necessarily mean that you will pay their hospital bills and all of that, but you have to show that you genuinely care. That is when they will be committed to you. I have, okay, let me tell you some of the ways that I recruit. Career for All is into mentoring. So we mentor undergraduates, fresh graduates, those that are in between jobs. I remember when we started, I was doing everything all by myself. But by the time we mentored the first batch, so by doing everything by myself, I didn't mean that I was mentoring them all by myself, because the first batch we had almost like 250. I leveraged on LinkedIn to get my mentors, but I didn't have admin staff working with me. So it was so structured that, we will write reports on each of the students that we were mentoring. And I needed, people to be doing that. So the first set of students that we mentored, I identified the very good ones, and those were the ones that, we now engage. And, for our mentors, I just leverage LinkedIn to get our mentors. So identify, the platform. It might be that in a particular, for For instance, if you want to hire nanny, I think they said Filipino nannies are the best. That if you want to hire customer service personnel, there is a particular tribe in Nigeria that is very good with customer service. So identifying all of those things will help you to reduce your stress level. So for talent, hiring, right, continuous development, and well-being. Investing in people ensures that you are able to weather the challenges and continue to build resilient teams. So, invest in people today. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Please keep clapping. Mrs. Ibronke has done justice to this topic. She has done exceptionally well. A round of applause for her one more time. I mean, you can see her experience and how she delivers. Some things I took away from, while going to and fro, like Martha, who had to prepare the table for everybody, and Jesus said, Martha, you bother too much. But no, don't worry, let me bother, because, we have to put these things together. But I managed to pick some things from her. Resilience. In the place of business, you have to be very resilient. And the need for structure as well. Then importantly, one thing that resonates with me so much is the part of self-care. My wife knows self-care is something I don't joke about. I take care of myself very well, welfare, make sure everything, because it's when you are alive, in good body, sound mind, that you can build business and go anywhere. So let's while she was speaking, some of our guests and speakers came into the hall. Also, there will be a panel session when our guest speakers have finished speaking. So please take note. Prepare your questions, because there will be an interactive session. This is not a program where people just come to pour and everybody disperses. There is room for interaction. And that's why we have created a platform where we'll be taking questions and answers on Slido. I think a QR code has been passed around. If you haven't scanned it, please indicate, so that the QR code will be given to you, so you have access to put your questions on that platform if you do not want to speak. And of course, for those who would like to take the mic, speak up, there will be an opportunity to do that as well. So please relax. There will be break after our major speeches. Then we'll come back for a panel session. A break for us to interact, meet people. You may just be sitting next to your company's co-founder. So interact with people, introduce yourself, know what they do, and all that. To take us to another level in this, let's welcome my very good friend and brother, Mr. Shegun Solomon. But before he comes up in our manner, I will be inviting Blessing to take his citation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Oimalade Blessing, and I'll be taking citation for Mr. Solomon Shegun. Please, I ask Mr. Solomon Shegun to stand up and remain standing while I take a citation. Segun Solomon is a trailblazer technology expert, award-winning innovator who contributed to the Nigeria tech landscape, and it has been transformational. As a founder and CEO of Mados Technology, he delivers groundbreaking digital solutions which have refined the industry in IT consulting, tech skill development, and brand development. His dedication to advancing technological knowledge was specified through Tech Parrots, a platform that connects professionals to keep them updated with professional trends and innovation in the tech space. He also founded the Mados Academy of Technology, where he empowers young adults of this generation and growing generation with essential skills to excel in the ever-evolving digital economy. His influence extends through the Forum of Digital Innovator and Technology Entrepreneur, where he unites the industry leader to foster collaboration, innovation, and also advocate for the tech-friendly policies in Osun State. He was instrumental in domesticating the Nigeria Startup Act to solidify the region as a hub for technology entrepreneurship. In the acknowledgement of his significant contribution to the tech ecosystem, Solomon was appointed as a member of the State Advisory Board of Technology, Innovation, and Digital Economy by the Executive Governor of Osun State, Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke. Furthermore, during the 2024 Digital Nigerian Day, he received an award from the state government, which was presented by the Minister of Innovation, Science, Technology, and Digital Economy. Solomon Segun has 6 years of well-rounded experience, 3,500 happy clients, over 400 complete projects. He's a web developer, data scientist, expert in digital marketing, product and graphic design, and web editor. Please, I present to you a 6-year of well-rounded experience, Segun Solomon.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. I consider it very honorable to be here this morning, and I like to especially appreciate our Father in the Lord in the house, how he wonderfully combines professorship with the work of God. Thank you so much for having me, sir. And I'd like to especially, of course, appreciate our fathers who are seated here on the front set. And there is somebody very unique and amazing here seated today. So if you look to your left and right, you would see a very amazing partner seated next to you. Can you welcome that person, especially again? Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for giving me the privilege of being here. And thank you so much for that citation. You made me feel so scared with the way you were handling it. Thank you so much for having me. Today I have the privilege of speaking to you about global expansion. And I'm going to be using some practical illustrations, analogies, and I'm going to be sharing very personal experiences that all of us can relate with. In this privilege, I'll speak about global expansion, taking your startup business from local to global. But before I go further, I would like to say I'm actually a local boy, all right? I was born and bred in a very local community in Osun State. I attended public secondary school. And so when you see me speak about technology, I didn't study anything around technology. I studied chemistry education. All right. Of course, I did well a little with first class, winning an award as the best student in my faculty and the best student in my department. Now, the essence of telling these stories about myself is to let you realize that when you really want to expand from the local space to the global space, it is not defined by your background, by what you studied in school, or by what you are currently doing. It is a definition of your mindset. You can stay local and think global. And so today, I'm going to be maximizing this opportunity to speak to you about 10 key strategies to actually expand from local to global. This is meant for business people, But if you find yourself outside the business scope, this will definitely also apply to you. Right this morning before coming here, I've had to attend to 2 very important events, and that was why I was late. And practically, I'm going to be picking a very good example from the way I'm dressed. Now, earlier this morning before coming, I've had to speak at a conference organized in India, where I served as a virtual facilitator from Nigeria. And I've also had to prepare for a very good friend's wedding. So I had to shuttle and, shuffle the 3 together to be here this morning. There is also a lesson to pick from that. Now, I've written a little article about what I'm going to be speaking here on this morning. Mr. Abiodun might probably be willing to share the link if there is a platform for that. It's on my website. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor to stand before you at this Age Summit 2025, and I want to express my gratitude to our pastor, Professor Ayobami Salami, for organizing this, and of course the organizing team for this fantastic opportunity. I like to take an inspiration from Jumia. All of us are very much familiar with Jumia as an example of from how they did it successfully, their failures. And I like to say this, that somebody who has failed in life, psychologists, philosophers teach us that when you fail, you are not yet a failure. When you fail at something, you are not yet a failure. What makes you a failure is when you fail to rise from your fall or from your past failings. So Jumia had their, cut of the cake of all diversities of challenges and all, and we're going to be picking from that. Now, Jumia, is often referred to as the Amazon of Africa. All of us know Amazon, we know KDP and all of that. And it was founded in 2012. That's how many years away from now? 2012 to 2025. How many years is that? That figure is very significant. Many businesses start, and statistics tells us that many businesses in Nigeria they may start well, but then within 3 years, a percentage of them die. And then after 5 years, for those of them who could struggle to stay for 5 years, many of them die. And after 10 years, many of them still close up. But for somebody like me who is from the tech space, for those of us who are familiar with tech news and all, you would probably have seen or heard of several startups who started with investments, with investors' money, with quite a lot of fundings, and within 2-3 years, you hear them close down after getting about $100 million. If I ask you, if you get $1 million, I'm sure many of us seated here would not be here this morning. Am I correct? No, that's way too big. Some of us, I understand many of us are students. If you get $100 in this era, you're one of the biggest guys here. Having about 300,000 or so, 100,000 plus in your account, there is a level of confidence you have. But Jumia started with little, and then they grew big for how many years now? 13 solid years, and we are still counting. Now, Jumia started with some strategies by bringing together 4 key essential people to start that business. Jeremy Odara, Saka Pognonak, those names are unfamiliar, but there is, of course, Tunde Kende, who is a Nigerian, and we also have Raphael Kofi, who is a Ghanaian. What do you notice? There is diversity of team membership. I met Mrs. Ibironke speaking about, resilience in your team. I heard her speaking about getting it right from your hiring stage and processes. These are essential lessons we can pick from Jumia. And of course, we know Jumia to start in Nigeria, but we've heard some very foreign names with only one Nigerian amongst them. So how did they make it successfully? They made it successfully by building a team of divergent people with different backgrounds, different cultural understanding, and different levels of experiences. Tunde Kende, being a Nigerian, could give them insights into how the ecosystem of doing business in Nigeria, especially e-commerce, can work successfully in Nigeria. As an e-commerce company, we understand the fact that they had several initial hurdles like limited internet penetration, the conservative mindset of the target markets, space of fraudulent assumptions, and logistical challenges. You know, in 2012, as far back as then, maybe some of us are just gaining admission, or some of us are already just, leaving secondary school. There was skepticism about buying stuff online, skepticisms from conservative mindsets like, okay, so what if I pay and the product is not what I order? You know what we do on social media? You say what I order versus what I get. There was that challenge. There was the challenge of, okay, so what if I pay and the product was never delivered? There was the challenge of, okay, we would order the product, we'll pay on delivery, which was a methodology they actually adopted at a point in time. So order for it, pay on delivery, and then that could also be a setback for the company to say, okay, so what if this person has actually gotten this? And they also give you warranty that after so period of time, you can still return it if the product is not good enough. All of this can actually culminate into several challenges. But they were able to overcome all these challenges through some strategies, some of which I'm going to be sharing here today. I also like to compare Jumia with Konga. I knew Konga long before I knew Jumia. But if I ask you, between Jumia and Konga, who do you think is actually making more waves? I'd like us to answer. Jumia. They started at the same year, 2012. They started within the same year. But then Jumia has far, outreached what Konga can ever get. But I said I knew Konga first, even before Jumia. Konga was doing so well, Jumia was still struggling at a point in time, as far back as 2014 when I still knew them. But then, at a point in time, Jumia outran Konga, and we have confirmed it today. What was the challenge? Konga started with the mindset of, they do the same thing as Jumia, and then at a point in time, they were rushing into the idea of expanding globally, trying to penetrate into the African markets as a continental brand, but they failed. And when they failed, they had to reverse back to where they were, focusing on the Nigerian market. What was the challenge? They didn't understand how other markets work. Now, Shagaya, who founded Konga, was just the founder. There was no major co-founder. And that is where we see the lesson about diversity. Now, these other three people who started Jumia with Tunde Kende, they were from different backgrounds. They understood different market ecosystems. And then the Bible even teaches us that iron sharpens iron, just like the countenance of a friend sharpens the countenance of another. So the same thing applies in building a business that will be resilient, that will be strong enough to penetrate into the global markets. You must have a very strong team. When one is weak, when you are feeling tired, when you are feeling exhausted, when you think or feel like this is not going to work, you've tried all this, no, we didn't get it right here, then we can do it better. The lesson about Konga. Konga was trying to achieve what they shouldn't go for at an earlier time than when they should really go for it. There is no crime in running fast, aiming big, and trying to achieve something of 10 years within 2 years. There is no crime in trial. But of course, that, like I said earlier, when you fall, you must rise again. But Konga has not risen, and they are still struggling. Jumia failed, but they learned through their failures and repicked. So you must learn lessons from your failures, build a resilient team, and ensure that you include diversity of ideas and visions. Now, the 10 strategies for global expansion. Now, drawing from Jumia's experience, let me share 10 actionable insights to help you take your startup from local enterprise to global Fortune 500. I said I was going to use myself as an example. I just told you I've attended about 2 other events earlier before getting here this morning, and this is just 5 minutes after 12. Now, some get essential things that can add value to your journey and prevent you from falling in life. Now, it might be light and very uncorrelated, But earlier this morning, I wore a particular dress and I had to change in the car when I got here. And then I realized I didn't bring my cufflinks. I learned a lesson. Solomon, you forgot an essential part of your dressing because you were combining too many things and rushing at too many things. It wasn't my fault anyways, but I have to take responsibility. So when you rush too fast in life, you can actually forget essential parts. And that's the first lesson. Do your market research. We say market research is essential. Do your due diligence. Strategy number 1. Conduct effective market research and do your due diligence. Why does it matter? Understanding your target market is key to success, and each region has unique cultural tendencies that affect buying and patronage behavior. I have my personal assistant here, and over the last 3 months, we've been pursuing a particular project in collaboration with some Indian professors, about 3 of them, who said they want to come and invest in Nigeria. Now, I had the opportunity of going straight probably to the SSG and say, Secretary to the State Government, sir, we have some investors who want to come to Osun State, but we need to quickly write a letter of invitation to them. But I decided not to go that route. Then I went back to the permanent secretary of the concerned ministry. And through that process, the bureaucratic process has been long, but we're able to learn quite a lot of lessons. Pitfalls we must avoid, and quite a number of essential steps we should have taken that we were overlooking earlier on. Now, it is important for you to do a market research. Quite a number of my friends were like, Solomon, you must be stupid. Solomon, you don't have a focus. How do you think Osun State? Osun State is a very local environment. How do you want to thrive with a tech company in Osun State? In Osogbo, which is very crude, and people are not. Go to Ile-Ife, there is OAU, there are young chaps who are visionary, who want to learn. Why do you want to start in Osogbo? Go to Lagos. Lagos is better. I told them, friends, how much can you lend me? Or how much are you willing to invest? I have friends in Lagos, in Ikeja village, Computer Village in Ikeja, who rent, that space underneath the staircase? They rent it for 700,000 naira. 700,000 naira, just to have a space to do what? Repair phones. 700,000 naira per annum, and then they just get a door fixed on it, and that's a shop. And then I told them, I don't even have 500,000 naira, but I want to start a business. With less than 500,000 naira in Osogbo, I could conveniently rent a 3-bedroom apartment when life was still good. Life is still good anyways, but when things were not yet very expensive. And with a little change remaining, I could get a few things and probably get investors. I started small. I started in a single shop, all right? I call it shop. I'm proud of that. But then many of us really do want to start big, from a very big place, without doing the research of what you would need to succeed in that environment. Then I did a research and looked at it. Who are the competitors in this environment? I saw some brands whose names I would not mention. When I was in secondary school, I used to hear these names, but I am no longer hearing them as they used to be. Probably they have reduced their marketing efforts, or they are not really doing quite a lot of other activities. Mr. Abi is very close to Osogbo, and he can tell about some of these things. Then I did my research. What are they not doing right? What can I do better? What are the deliverables they are not delivering that I can actually leverage on? And I discovered, number one, you have a tech company, my brothers and sisters. You tell people you can help them develop their websites for their businesses, but you don't have a website. Does it make sense? You tell people to come and learn tech skills, and then you put wooden desks and chairs like JAM tutorial centers together, and you say you want to collect 300,000 naira for them to learn a skill for 3 months. Who would pay you that? I did my research. I discovered some of them who have websites have a very terrible, horrible website that a student I teach for just 3 days how to develop front-end web development would probably not do something that horrible. Yet you claim you want to teach people how to develop a website. The Yorubas would say, "Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ dáṣọ fún ni, tọrùn ẹ̀ la kọ́kọ́ máa ń wò." I felt these were errors, and we could fix it. I saw some of those websites who, when you search, where can I learn a tech skill in Osogbo, Many of them are on page number 4 on Google. You know what it means to be on page number 4? You've strolled from top to bottom, you didn't see them. You go to the next page, you didn't see them. You go to until you get to page 4. I knew this was an error. And then we had to develop a very rich search engine optimized website. And today, if you do it, I can challenge you to do that. Where can I learn a tech skill in Oshogo? If Madras doesn't come first, maybe you are not using the right search engine. What have I learned? Market research. Where are your competitors failing? What can you do better? You must conduct it if you must succeed in business. You don't assume. For instance, imagine you want to start a business or you've started, and you just assume that because you are in a campus environment. I have a younger sister who just finished from OUI, OOU, and after graduating, she studied mass communication. She isn't even yet mobilized for service, but she went to learn catering. And then she traveled to a younger sister who is now in Federal Polytechnic at a final year. And then she was like, okay, Vicky, I want to come around and keep doing my cake, cutting it in pieces and selling for 250 naira per piece. But when she got there, she discovered that there were so many young guys in that environment more than ladies. And I think you would attest to it. Ladies like cake more than men. Am I correct? I can't remember the last time I ate cake. Even when I go to friends' weddings, I don't eat cake, all right? They say it's jeddy, and it's not good for married men. Okay? And then she discovered that these guys don't usually cook at home. They like fast food. And then she switched from the intention of doing cake to doing small meals, packaged meals, 1,500, 700 naira. Which one do you want? Depending on your financial capacity. She started cooking for them. And this changed from baking to cooking because she did her findings. As little as that little finding is, it saved her the mistake of doing cakes that would eventually lose taste by virtue of staying too long without being sold. No matter how small or how big your business might be, you must do your research. Now, I was using the instance of some of these guys from India. I knew them via LinkedIn. Mrs. Mibironke mentioned, networking, getting our mentors for our brand through LinkedIn. What's your presence on social media? Let me challenge you. I told you I just spoke at India now. It was a college in India. The first engagement I had, which was an opportunity to speak internationally, was in 2020 during COVID-19. I just saw a message on my Facebook, what do we call it now? Messenger, a voice note, and then the intonation was Indian. The name was Professor Aftabawa Sheikh. When I read it, I was like, okay, who is this one? Maybe it's a scammer. I listened to the voice note. I was like, okay, scammer don't jam scammer for streets. And then he was speaking. He wasn't even on my friends list. I didn't know him from anywhere. You didn't know me from anywhere. And then you messaged me saying you would like to speak to. So I listened. I didn't reply. 2 days later, I saw him message me via LinkedIn. And I was like, okay, let me read about this person. I discovered he was a big guy, or he is a big guy in India with a very huge profile. You can check him online. And then he invited me to speak at a particular college, and the rest is history. From that speaking engagement to another speaking engagement to another speaking engagement, I've spoken to audience in Canada, in the US, and all of that without leaving my local community in Oshogo. That was a privilege that I got through somebody who didn't know me, through somebody I didn't know. But how did he connect? He said he read through my profile via Facebook, and he saw that my activities were revolving around, social engagements and all of that, and that he felt I could speak. Eventually, when I saw the flyer they did, Indians have a way of doing their flyers in a very beautiful way, ironically. And then I was the only African. I was the only person addressed as Mr. Other guys were white, professors, and doctors. There were 6 of us. I was the youngest amongst them. I felt proud. I felt impressed. But what was that? It was through my profile. So what do you display about yourself on social media network? Ladies, Instagram pics. Some of you ladies, apologies, or some ladies, let me not say you ladies. Some ladies, when you see them with their profile pictures, they post with a tongue out like a dog scavenging for water, or you probably see them showing their nyansh. Your nyansh is not what we recognize you by. We recognize you by your face. So your profile defines you. So when people are doing research about your business, what do they find? What do they see when they are looking for people with brains? Do not be a beauty without brain. I apologize. I also like to speak about this. Number 2, you must create a strong online presence, not just on social media. When you go online, I do it a lot. I do research about myself. Sometimes, once in a while, when I have the free time, I write, Shegun Solomon, where am I ranking? What's my presence online looking like? I was sharing with my friend here while coming this morning that I had 5 key areas that God has blessed me with to feature in, essentially. And one of them is, public speaking and transforming lives. Thank God for what Career for All is doing. God bless you so much, ma'am, for helping people to discover and develop themselves. But this is a very vital mission that all of us must carry. But before you can actually develop others, you have to develop yourself. And if you develop yourself, you don't have to hide yourself. Jesus Christ says, who would light a candle and place it under a bushel? That means you're stupid. You don't place a candle under a bushel. You place it where? On the lampstand, where it can give light unto everyone who comes in. And Jesus Christ likens us to someone. I want to believe majority of us are Christians. If you are not Christian, this applies to you as well. He says, you are a city set upon a hill that cannot be hidden. One of the tools to put yourself out there in this generation is social media. So how do you put yourself out? Who do you portray yourself to be? Where do you speak? Where do you appear? Where do people find you? All of this might determine something about you. Mr. Abe was saying jokingly earlier that, you never know who is sitting next to you. Maybe that's your future husband. But then, how do you portray yourself? Not just socially like this, but even online. These are very vital things. So for your business, when you portray your business online, what do people find about you? A number of times I've had the privilege of seeing prospects who come to our office to make inquiries, and I usually ask them a question. Now, I ask them, why did you choose us? Why? There are so many tech academies in Oshobo where you could learn, but why Madras? Just to learn. And most of them will tell me, those of them who come for front-end engineering, that's web development, the little part of it. They'll tell me, yeah, because, I just love the way you developed your website. My website is not the best. I'm not claiming that, but it's one of the best. The user interface is fantastic. I love the interactiveness. Everything is just beautiful. So I feel like, this is what I want to learn. So it's best I come to learn it here. So the way you showcase your brand online actually matters a lot. So if you want to go global, now I was telling you about some Indian friends. Now I met Professor Aftab through that 2020 engagement. And then fast forward to 2021, we lost contact. And then he messaged me via LinkedIn again. I said, he's sorry he lost his LinkedIn account and all of that. He retrieved it back. And this is his phone number. Then from that late last year till now, everything changed. And now we are talking about a multi-million-dollar company. Companies to be established here through someone. We've never met. We've never seen each other. A couple of weeks ago, he sent me 20,000 rupees. That was, in Nigerian currency, that was 330,000 naira without doing anything for him, other than helping him to just handle, how they were going to come to Nigeria and all of that. And now for consultancy, I'm going to charge them $5,000. Now, but it started from somewhere. They trusted my brand. They trusted my person. I didn't hide what I was capable of and what I am now capable of. How do you share your business stories online? You can as well attract foreign investors, foreign partners, who would then help you to take your business global through social networking platforms, just like Mrs. Ibironke connects with, mentors. In 2021, I did a project with some friends overseas, and we had 476 participants. 476, I had never done such projects before. 476 participants from all the continents in the world, from about 47 different countries, participating in that project, either as volunteers or as participants. But the question is, did I do it alone? No. I had friends from Canada, from US, that I had never met, that we never knew each other before, but through social networking, we shared similar goals and ideas, and then we came together, we formed a team, we built an organization through donations. People donated $100, people who had $20, $200, and then we built that organization, we registered it in Canada, and the rest is history today. These are people I have never met who had never met me. And we built that organization in 2021, we got it registered, and through all of these networks and, from social networking, getting to know each other through social, social events, we went on to discussing businesses, and many of them have given me opportunities that I can never get if I was never positioned strategically well on social media and even online. This is very essential and important for your business to go global. Number 3, build strategic partnerships. Collaboration is key. Build strategic partnerships. We say collaboration is key. Why it matters? Collaborating with local businesses can provide invaluable insights and resources for expansion. Now, what do? Make connections at industry gatherings like this one and stakeholders fora. That was how I knew Mr. Abiodun. Now, Mr. Abiodun, I'm not sure we are very close friends. We're not. Are we? We are friends, yeah. But we became friends just on the platform of, yes, the state government wanted to adopt the National Startup Act, correct? And then we met. He came from Ife as a stakeholder. I was from Oshogo. And then we met at that event. And today, this is part of the history we are making together. So you must learn how to collaborate and partner strategically, locally. And on several occasions, we've also had different encounters when he came to Oshogo. We do projects together. He has hosted me at one of the events. And subsequently, we've done quite a lot of things together. But that relationship started from just one event. So when you get to that event, you should actually hang your introvertism somewhere and put on an extrovert garment. I know it can be difficult to change or switch your personality. I used to be very, very melancholic, quiet, principled, keeping to myself. But when I got to the college and I was contesting for political office, I was contesting for the governor of my department, my colleagues voted me out. My level mates. Why? They said I was proud. He's a classist. He's always classing himself. Why? Because I was always myself in the class. I don't talk to people. I would dress well, and from class to library back home, and probably to fellowship. That was my triangular life. And then they saw it as pride. They say in exam hall, you guys are students. They say in exam hall, he's always sitting in the front. When you call him, Solomon, what's number 1? He doesn't answer. I'm sure you can relate. So the enmity began from there. They said, Shibi wants to contest. Stories I have never heard about myself. I started hearing it when I contested. And then I lost that election. I went on again to the next level. I said I wanted to become the faculty president. They said, Nibo, not here. I knew I had a problem. I had a problem. What was the problem? I wasn't social. I wasn't relating well. And they misinterpreted it as pride, as arrogance, as classism, or whatever English word you use for it. People would misjudge you depending on the way you present yourself. So when you get to social events, network, that was what changed my life forever to the glory of God. From somebody who was a key introvert, today I became one of the most extroverts you can think about in any social event. If you don't greet me, I will greet you. If you don't want to shake hands, I will give you knuckle. Even if you're an Alaja, an Eleha, I didn't see your face. Ajia, how are you doing? Can I have your number? You must learn that. In life, we don't grow into becoming what we don't want to be by choice. You must grow to become who you like to be by making. It must be a deliberate, conscious effort that you put into it. Deliberate. And be conscious of it. Even when your natural person feels like going back into your cocoon, bring your supernatural self out. And you can become transformed forever through that. So through practices, eventually I became the Senate president. That was not elective, actually. So I knew these people won't vote me, so let me go and get a form to become a senator. And the rest is history from there. I also now learned how to socialize. I used to speak. They feel, this is Senator Dinomelaye of our time. I'm not Dinomelaye. I just speak the way it comes. Then through that, I began to make friends. And then I saw it as a very valuable asset, and that everybody must grow and become. So it is not necessarily for your own sake. It is also for the sake of your generation. You never knew the next person you would meet. Maybe that person is the person that will connect you to the international opportunity you've been looking for. So look for partnerships with influencers. Now, how do you attract or apply that to your business? In your business, do not just rely on local marketing. I mean, you should be looking at, okay, you want to expand to Ghana, you want to expand to Kenya. How do you network with people? You can't just plunge into the Kenyan market with Nigerian idea and mindset. We were talking jokingly in the car this morning. At the international conference I spoke at, they told me we had to conclude faster. They gave me 30 minutes, and then they messaged me later, Mr. Solomon, please, you would help us to cut it to 15 minutes. I said, why? They said they took off electricity and the network was fluctuating. I said, can you imagine? We share so much in common with Nigeria, Indians and Nigerians. It seems our problems are very much alike. And then I was like, okay, yeah. I told them there is no electricity. I had to actually go to my office, put on the generator before I could even iron my clothes, before I could even join the meeting and do a number of things. But then, imagine me thinking that Kenya market is beautiful because every country would want to position their countries as the best in the world on social media, online, and all of that. You rely on the information you get online, and then you plunge into that market without having the understanding of how it works and some of the things you may even have to do. I'm sorry to say, bribery and all that, man, the problem we have in this country is not only with political office holders. Even civil servants have problems. You get a contract of, you issue out in budget, we are doing this for 25 million naira to buy 10 laptops. What kind of laptop do you want to buy for 25 million naira? But in the long run, before that money is paid into your ministry, the Budget and Economic Planning Office would have cut the 5 million naira of it, pay you 20 million naira. The commissioner and the SA will say, no, we have to share another 10 million. Eventually, what will get to you would probably be 5 million naira. How do you manage? We have a very major problem in this country. Now you want to do a business or a contract with such countries' government, and you don't know how things work. I mean, I do contracts execution with government agencies and ministries. Many a times, I'm saying this openly so you can learn. Many a times, a project we should do for, I was showing him a particular invoice yesterday from a college I don't want to mention. And then the project, I can finish it with just 2 million naira. But they insisted I should put 7.5 million. I said, no, I can't do it. And in the corner of my room, I was always praying to God. Maybe Professor Pastor Sir would speak to us about how we can navigate that. I told myself, no, I can't take it. I can't do it. I can't ruin my brand's reputation. But I was always praying in the corner of my room. But God has given you. But there is a system saying that this is how you must do it. And if you don't do it that way, you can't get it. And then I told myself someday, wait, guy, paying staff salaries was becoming very stressful. But this is a contract. But they say I must do it this way. How do I do it? We need money. And how do you manage? And then at the point I said, no, this is my principle. Tell me, on this project, the actual thing is 2 million naira. How much do you want me to help you to add? Tell me. Don't play games with me. I've done a project where, a project funded by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. They paid as little as 400,000 naira. And this man inflated it to 680,000 naira. But the funny thing was, After using my company, after I did the proposal, issued the invoice, and they paid my company, this man now came with a story. You see, Solomon, actually, some of those things we want you to help us to do. There is a director who said he can do it. Actually, so what you do now is help us to send the money to us and then just remove a commission. I said, over my dead body. So you want to use my destiny to get money and then you go and spend it. No, this money, 1 naira, you will not get. He said, Solomon, please now. I insisted. You know what next they did? They went to report me at the police station, saying that this guy collected money from us without delivering. I said, fantastic. Then I called the commissioner. I said, I have an issue with one of your guys at so police station. I called my lawyer. I have this issue. This is what happened. So in case they seize my phone, because that's their culture, so this is where I am. Then I took a friend along, and we got there. I dressed like an honorable. Hello, officer, good morning. You called me, and here I am. And I was like, actually, some people came to report you, sir. I said, I'm a young boy, sir. I'm a for me, sir. Some people came to report you and said you took money from them without executing. These are lessons you learn. From experience, about 4 years ago, I worked with a politician who is now in the House of Rep. I mean, God only is the one who can forgive these politicians. And then we did a project of about, from what we did, he harnessed about 178 million naira to pay me 500,000 naira for my service. And then he was trying to play some games. Then, of course, I also played my own game. Apologies, I'm not a pastor. So there is a way you handle things when you are not a pastor. You handle it. Pastors will preach to you, don't do evil with evil. Yeah, this is not evil. They wanted to. So I played my part. And then the man started running helter-skelter, reporting me everywhere and there. I said, there is nothing you would do to me. Sometimes when you do business in Nigeria, you have to be a very hard-hearted person, or else they will flush you away like WC water. And then this man went on to report me. So I said, please call the person who came to report me. And then he came. An elderly person who is old enough to be my father. He came with his friend. When I got there, I said, you are a very corrupt person, and I'll make sure you lose your job. That was how he started, Solomon, it's not like that. I said, I allowed you to have your own. Now you want to, do you know how many times I've been in meetings and you tell me, Solomon, I will leave the meeting, run to my system, do adjustment, and then you want to take the entirety of I will execute my own project. If you don't need my services any longer, I will take my service money, you pay me for inconveniences, then whatever is left, I can pay you. That was how we resolved the issue. Eventually, do you know how much he got? Ordinarily, with his own inflation, he should get about 280,000 naira. I paid him 100,000. I said, if you are not okay, go and report in the court. But in the past, I used to be very soft-hearted. What's your report? You have to understand how the terrain works. One of my lawyer friends would tell me, Solomon, sorry, this might be against some of the ethics we were taught and all of that, but these are the realities. So the emphasis I'm laying here is that you must understand your business environment. You must understand how things work there. And how can you understand in a foreign land you've not been to, or that even if you've been there? A commissioner was telling me recently that, Solomon, these people have to actually engage to do, even if they have $10 million. To achieve it, they might take about 2 years. But if there is a local person who understands how we do things, person from India to operate in Nigeria for you, if you don't have cordial relationship for collaboration. So to expand into, and that was what Konga did. They didn't understand how the business terrains of other countries were, and then they plunged into this market. What happened to them? They had to shut down and come back to the terrain they understand. So you must do justice to understanding that terrain, and the best way to understand it and run it well is to build strategic partnerships. Number 4, utilize e-commerce platforms. Ever since I was in school, I told myself I would never be one of those people looking for jobs. And to the glory of God, I never looked for jobs. Jobs were always looking around for me. How? I like to quote the scriptures. The Bible says, have you seen a man who is diligent in his work? What does the Bible say about that? You know that has become a mantra. Alo akpamo, abi alo akpagbe. You can finish it. He will stand before kings and not ordinary men. Without any accusation of people who are still struggling to find a very good job for themselves, why are you looking for a job when you can actually start something? Not everybody should be starters anyways, but you can still start something. By leveraging on existing platforms. Do you know there is what we call off-page search engine optimization in digital marketing? Off-page means what you do outside your own web pages. For instance, you list your businesses and what you do on a platform like Nairaland. All of us know Nairaland. On a platform like Quora. On a platform like, nigercheck.ng. And several other platforms like that. You list your businesses there and what you do so that when people are looking for answers, even if your website does not show up, those listings that you have done on those platforms would come up. And that's why if you are somebody who sells products, Gigi is there for you. You can list your product for free without paying for it, and you get paid. Jumia has what we call Jumia partners. Amazon has associates. They also have Amazon affiliates. These are different opportunities for you to leverage on and then get your own business out there. And you don't have to be the owner of the platform. If you do what we call drop shipping, with drop shipping, that's what many people do nowadays. You don't sell butter. You don't even have a shop for boutique, all right? But you can be selling butter. So Brother Tunde is selling shoes. Sister Tayo is an undergraduate in school. You can pick up whatever he shares on his own status and show it on your own status and see what people are doing. When my wife was still in school, those are some of the things she was doing, and she'll get like 9,000. In fact, sometimes she profits more than the original seller. That's drop shipping. You don't sell anything, like you don't have anything, but you can leverage on what other people do, and then you make your own money. But that's not what we're saying. How do you leverage on that for global expansion? You don't have to have a brand in Kenya. There is a brand already existing, an e-commerce platform where you can sell your products out there in Kenya. They understand the terrain, they understand how things work. You can then partner with them and showcase or sell your products on their platforms without having to do any paperwork or any extra, managerial or administrative work other than just listing your business. And through that, people use your product. You have already branded it, even if it is, my friend sells about products. Even if you brand it with your brand name and your phone number, your company address is there, you are already selling from Nigeria to other countries. And it's as simple as that. So you can leverage some of those platforms for your business. Either you sell products or you actually do service delivery. Look into the possibility of dropshipping. So actionable steps: register on platforms like Jumia, Amazon, Gigi, eBay, and ensure your product listings are appealing with high quality images and detailed descriptions. Number 5, understand legal and tax implications. Don't fall victim of ignorance. Understand legal and tax implications. So a couple of years ago, I went into partnership with some of my friends, a South African. He came to Nigeria and told me, Solomon, I have some 16 million naira, hanging somewhere, and I'm looking at what I can invest it into in Nigeria. I said, bro, agriculture is the gold. If you invest in animal husbandry, piggery, for instance, you can actually get about 205% return over your investment within 12 calendar months. How? Pigs give birth 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. Averagely, 4 months. They can reproduce in 3 seasons within 1 year. So if you invest also a month and the rest is history, he says, Solomon, since you are the one who brought the idea, why not go into partnership? You can check it online, Afrimont Companies Nigeria Limited. We started it together. I didn't put 5 kobo, and I own 50% of the shares. How? Intellectual asset. So I said, okay, so no problem, we're going to start it. Bring 80 million naira, don't give me in bulk. This is how we do it. He brought in his cousin, and then we started it together. We built that farm, and today, a farm we started with 10 pens, I've grown within 3 years, I've grown to become 31 pens. Very profitable. So you don't have to have money before you actually start. If you have the intellectual property, you can collaborate with people who have the money and then get it started. But what was my mistake, and how does it relate with this point? We just went into that relationship. We didn't do any agreement about these are your roles and responsibilities. And then because we purchased a family land from his own side, the guy who brought the money, we purchased family land. The family members started encroaching into the business. We said we wanted to expand into starting a poultry for layers. They said, just build a house, go down, I said, so that's how you do layers business. And then this Baba happens to be, the elder brother of his own mom. And then at a point in time, he started, I said, Baba, no, this is not the plan we have. He said, who are you? I said, yes, I am a minister. And long story short, these people started playing all around to a point where they were threatening my life. And then I reversed. I said, my lawyer, sorry, I'm withdrawing from that business. I'm taking part of my shares. Without investing 5 naira, I got 5 million naira out of that business. But, if the business, from 10 pence, I had to move out from just year 2. Why? Because I have to keep my life. You know how Nigerian Yoruba families can be. I didn't want all of those stories and answers and questions. Then I had to move out. But that business is now worth more than 20 million naira now. I got 5 million naira. If you look at my assets, 50%. Now I shouldn't get 5 million naira. If the business is worth 20 million naira, I should ideally. And you don't do valuation of your business based on the current situation. You look at future projections and capacities of the business. Maybe I would have gotten up to 30 million naira out. But because there was no legal binding, there was no agreement to know each other's boundaries, I had to fall out of the business earlier than I should. So do not just jump into businesses without understanding the legal implications. And taxation is very important, but I won't speak too much about that because of time. Number 6, adapt your marketing strategy. Don't be rigid. Because of time, I'll just brief them. Adapt your marketing strategy. Don't be rigid. What works in Nigeria may not work in Pakistan. So for instance now, maybe Nigerians, we use more of Facebook. In fact, in Oshun, you see, for Madras Technologies, I do most of my online marketing via Facebook advertising. Why? Oshun people use, in fact, in Nigeria, Oshun ranks as the second highest state that uses Facebook. If you ask many Oshun guys, a guy that keeps up that claims to know so many things, go and check his LinkedIn profile. The last time he posted was in 2002. But if you check Facebook, in fact, he posts 12 times, 20 times in a day. So you have to understand where your audience, your target audience are. The kind of people whom you see on LinkedIn are professionals, business experts, and people like that. You don't want to sell wig and now go and advertise on LinkedIn. I can promise you, you will not sell. You want to sell to, young people between the ages of who are video lovers. Where do you go to? Go to Instagram. So you must know where your audiences are and how to target them. So don't be rigid with your marketing strategy. What works for the goose may not work for the gander. Part time. So that proverb of what's good for the goose is good for you is sometimes a fallacy. It doesn't apply in business. You must understand the marketing strategies that are appropriate for the country you are expanding to. Focus on quality supply chains for product dealing businesses. So now I'd like to introduce to you, of course, if you are into that, DHL, Terminal Africa, and several other platforms like that where you can actually undo that. Delivery in time and customer satisfaction is important. Number 8, leverage technology and data analytics. Assumptions kill businesses. Leverage technology and data analytics. You know what? We discovered that some time ago when we started Madras about 2 years into it, we were getting more clients who would come to say, I want to learn web development. Mr. Habe does that. You want to teach people web development. And then they say, all I have is 80,000 naira. For 3 months, if I have to pay my staff who earns 40,000 naira per month, is that a loss or a profit? That's a loss. We do private classes. So the least we can get. But when we started, we were just doing it so that we can just get money to get the business going and, of course, to attract people. When you make your business cheap, you attract cheap people. I was telling a young lady yesterday who just got an office around my area, and I was like, okay, so if you are into pedicure, manicure, and all of these cure, you do makeup and all of that, and then how much do you charge? She said 2,000 naira for a quick, powder and all of that, okay? So, but you can actually charge like 25,000 naira when you get an office space in an area like maybe Osun Mall is still the hottest business spot in Osogbo. You see, when my friends told me Osun is crude, okay? So if you get a space in there, you can actually charge, because the way you locate your business and the way you brand your business tells a lot about the kind of clients you will attract. So this same thing we offer for 80,000 naira. Some people are actually paying 800,000 naira to get it. At the point, I had to sit down. And the challenge is that people who pay you less will give you more problem. They say, everywhere. But rich men don't have time for trash. Teach them what they have to learn. They don't give you problem. I discovered that was a gold mine. Then I inflated the prices of my courses. If you don't have money to pay that, you can go. We are not begging you to. But 10 of them will pay you. One client can pay you. Imagine if I get a single client who pays me 1 million naira for a single course of 3 months. I'm okay with just one client for 3 months. And then if I get 5 clients in different skill areas like that, that's 5 million naira in a month. So you must understand how to define and brand your business so that you get the right clients. And you can do that when you leverage on technology. Decisions that are data-driven improve efficiency. So we didn't know that. We were just getting so many students, but a few who actually pay us well. And then we discovered, no, we have to stop targeting people who pay us less. Inflate the prices, then target the appropriate people. Without data, there is no way we would have been able to know how to make that decision. Do not just assume that your idea and modus operandi would work. Leverage technology tools for research. So I would like to mention some of them. Google Keyword Planner. I mentioned a Google search engine optimization earlier. For instance, I'm into tech. So what would you normally want to search for? Let me ask you, my brother. You want to learn digital marketing. If you wanted to search online, what would you ask Google? Where can I learn digital marketing, right? Good. Now, in search engine optimization, you now look for the keywords. Some people would say, where can I learn online marketing? Some people, let me not use marketing. Let me use, let me use tech skills. That's more larger. So you look for, where can I learn a tech skill? Do you know some people can say tech schools in Osogbo? Some people might say tech academy in Osogbo. Some people might say, where can I take a, tech course? Now, these are similar words that people use all around. So until you sit down on some of these platforms like Google Keyword Planner, you look at Ahrefs, you People Also has.com, and several other SEO tools like that. They give you data of how many people look for tech academy, tech schools in Osogbo, more than just asking questions like, where can I learn so? I know these things work. How do you leverage technology? All through last night, I was working on a project. I was doing some automations on our website. You must do scalability scaling of your website, your online presence, and then just with one button, I can reply to emails without having to, start typing emails and replying to clients one after the other. So I had to develop that button when I had the time last night. Now with just 2 buttons, if I want to accept you, just tap accept. If I want to reject you, I'll just tap reject if I'm okay with that. So you must continue to leverage on technology to actually enhance your business delivery, and they will save you a whole lot of stress. At the point in time we got a secretary, when we started, we were paying her 35,000 naira for an office assistant back then. Of course, in Osogbo, 2021, 2022, that was a lot of money for an office assistant. But we're like, no, they are human. We have to treat everybody well. But then at the point we discovered that, seriously, the only thing this lady was doing for us was just to open the office as a janitor, sweep, sleep, go home, come the following day, open the office, sleep, and this is a liability. We wanted to fire her, but because she was a sister to a friend, we couldn't go direct. He said, actually, we need to downsize or cut costs, so we are reducing the salary to 20,000 naira. We know you may not be able to manage. She said, no, I will manage it. Do you know she served with us on 20,000 naira for the next 5 months in 2020? until she started misbehaving, and we are now had to actually now fire her for it. Now, what am I trying to say is that you discover that some staff actually they are not needed in your organization. They are not needed. They are just more or less like liabilities. Technology can actually help you. What part of the things we wanted to train her for was something like this: reply to emails, do ordinary Excel spreadsheets she could not do. She studied banking and finance. So what did you go to school to study? You said you interned at First Bank, but you could not prepare ordinary name, matric number, and phone number. You don't, God, we have to let you go. So you must learn how to live. And all of these things can now be done automatically without actually needing a human being to man it. AI is taking jobs away from people, so you must learn how to use it. Build a resilient team. Embrace the necessity of change. Now, before I leave that previous point, I mentioned AI is essential. There is a business who sacked, I can't remember, the food delivery business recently that sacked about 70% of their staff. These things. Why did they have? Now, those ones that were not sacked, what makes them different? It's about their skill, competency, and expert. You have to evolve. You learn, you unlearn, and you relearn, and you keep learning. The day you stop learning, somebody says, is the day you start dying. So your business you must learn that for your business and integrate it into your business. Now, building a resilient team. There is a manager I had to let go last year, Gideon. Gideon was such a fantastic guy, but he was demanding for quite some things we couldn't afford to offer. And then we felt the system continues to work. How can you achieve that? I'm grateful I met Mrs. Ibironke talking about your HR system. If you don't, yes, a lot of times, if you don't share the vision if you don't have the right people, you want to scale to the UK and US, you have staff who are just concerned about their salaries. They are feeling in the role. They are people who despise your capacity. You must fire them. Don't let them wait. They are bad for your business. Sometimes you have to be strict with your business. Recently, I had to let go of all the staff members we had at Madras Technologies. I'm sure you observed that. Why? Because they are bad energy around my business. You have to go. So you don't have to be emotional when you have to take a very strict stance with your team members. You tell them this is what we want to achieve. If they are not delivering, fire them. You query them 1 time, 2 times, they do not respond properly, fire them. That's what I love Donald Trump for. He was known for, you are fired. He says it a lot in his business. And you know what he is? He's a rich man. He's one of the richest guys in the US before he became the president. And that's the problem we have. He made his business properly through business. He made his money properly through business. But you see in Nigeria, people who didn't finish secondary school contesting for presidency, how would we grow? So he's not going there for your money. If you are doing rubbish, he fires you. So as a business owner, if you must expand and go global. And another thing is, I don't know if Mrs. Bironke mentioned it, but part of the things which I believe she would agree with me about is that you don't hire, if you want to go global, just based on certification. I had Harvard, MIT standard, certificates in business management. So how many businesses have you built? How many businesses have you managed successfully? But because you carry certificate and they now bring one fallacy ideology from theoretical class, and then they want to apply it, it doesn't work, bro. So you must learn based on competence, not just based on certification. And don't forget, hire people who can share and grow with your vision. Finally, embrace continuous learning. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. The world is constantly changing. Staying informed and keeping up with the changes in time is crucial. Recently I wrote about 3 different books, not yet published, using AI. If you understand AI prompting, and I like to announce this, if you are somebody who is trying to learn a tech skill, it's bad for my business, but I will tell you the truth. Sincerely, you may not necessarily have to pay anybody a dime to learn it. You want to build your business website, right? Sincerely, you don't need a web developer. If you know how to prompt your generative AI so well, examples like Fusion, Llama, ChatGPT, and stuff like that, just enter it there. I want to develop a logistic website with so features. Be detailed. Give it information. Build this website for me. It will build. Continue to prompt. Continue to prompt. Within one hour, you finish a logistic website that does fantastic things. But the truth is, you just understand basics. You don't even know how to write a complete line of code. What am I saying? Learning. You learn, you unlearn. You see, recently I had a new baby boy, and my mom, my mother-in-law, she would come around. So they injected our baby, for this immunization. And so one of the legs got, swelling, and he was crying and all of that. And then grandma brought epidural in the class of epiderm rather, in the class of like Fombacte. I said, Grandma, Fombacte level fisi oju ese to wu ba lo se jora. And then, okay, jekaba for me go no jo. So ignorance can help you complicate your business problems. So how do you overcome ignorance if you don't learn? Read books. Somebody says the business ideology of America may not apply in Nigeria, but you will get some ideas that function in that same environment compared to these insane business environments in Nigeria. You can get practical solutions. But how do you know? So the Bible says, my people perish. You can finish that. So you must learn, relearn, and unlearn. Have trustworthy mentors. Very important. If I had involved my mentor from that business decision with Fremont, maybe I wouldn't make mistakes. And so today, if anybody brings a business partnership, I tell them, what are your legal agreements? I call my lawyer. There is somebody who wants to partner with me. These are the things we want to do. Please help us draft an agreement. I have learned in the hard way. So you have to apply it into your current realities. So have mentors, and one of my mentors would always tell me, make sure you have as many lawyers as friends as possible. God forbid that I have a medical problem. I know the doctor to call. If my tire plunges nail or nail plunges my tire, I know the vulcanizer to call. You must have numbers. You must have people you can call. Your mentors for each stage of your growth. This is also very important. You see, when you are going global, there are some mentors you have when you started your business locally. What they can offer you. See, sometimes you see naysayers amidst the people you trust most in your life. You say you want to expand globally, they say, no, Mashibel, tried it in their own life when they were as young as you and failed. Now they want to transfer that failure mentality into your mindset. Reject it. So you don't just take every advice, hook, line, and sinker. That's why God gave you your brain. And if you need the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ has given it to you for free. So consult. Meet with mentors who can help you, and don't just take every mentorship, because when you fall, you have to take the responsibility. When you rise, Steve Harvey said something. He says, every successful person wants to claim that they grew alone. But when they fail, they always want to point fingers. Enito. So when you grow, it is to your own well-being. But if you fail, it is also to your own well-being. So read books, memoirs, and biographies. They can inspire you. When you see somebody doing something you like to do about your business, learn about them. I just refer to Jumia. Read their profiles, read their memoirs, read everything you can read online about them. The internet has made everything so easy for us. These are very important things that we must do. Conclusion, friends, we can become a transgenerational business tycoon and an inspiration to many others if we dedicate ourselves to having big dreams and taking concrete steps towards our dreams. Now, Donald Trump would always say something, if you have to think at all, then why don't you think big? I mean, if you are dreaming at all, let me also say this. Your vision in life, your success in life, we have different definitions for success. But your business success vision should not be that now your business has made money for you. You can now buy a house, buy a car, and that is all you want in your life. There is more to life. It is good to be contented, but don't be contented with too little. Always strive for more. Grow big and don't stop. Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate you.
A round of applause for Shegun again. You see, Shegun is a very powerful person. For that woman that day, Then, taking your business from local to today, before this program started, I was introducing myself to somebody. I said, I'm a web and app developer. And the person said, in Ife, are you in Ife? I mean, so irrespective of what we can serve the global community, whatever you are doing, your customers are no longer here. They are not in Asherifa and all these places. So your clients are global, even for those selling chicken. You can export chicken. So we'll be having, unfortunately, one of our speakers cannot make it today. We'll be moving into our panel session. But before that, we've been sitting for a while. Let's take 5 minutes break. Let's have water and a little snack outside, and we interact in a very short period of time, 5 minutes. Then we come back here with our other guests who will be joining us on the panel session. Have your question ready, and we'll be back very briefly. 5 minutes. I'll be starting with those who have spoken with us already. I'm starting with Mrs. Ibironke Ogumade to please come up here and take a seat on the panel. A round of applause for her, please. Up next, I'll be calling Shegun Solomon. Yeah, thank you so much. Before we call our other two panelists, I spoke the other time that we have a channel to take. We have a channel to take questions from everybody. We have Slido and the QR code to access that has been passed around. If you haven't, please ask for it so that you can send your questions on it. If you would rather speak, please, there will also be time for that as well. But if you cannot access Slido and you don't want to speak, you can then write your questions on a piece of paper so that we can address everything here. And to welcome our other panelists, I'll be calling on Ms. Blessing to read the citation for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Orimanade. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Orimanade Blessing, and I'll be reading the citation of Mrs. Abosede Olafenwa. Please, I beg Mrs. Abosede to stand up and remain standing as I read the citation. Thank you, ma'am. With over 19 years, expanding education, banking, and the FMCG industry, Abosede is a distinguished people leader, a coach, and a learning development professional. She excelled in marketing, management, and business administration. She also provides pro bono expertise to at least 20 startups across Nigeria. She has fostered stability, growth, resilience, and innovativeness. She is dedicated to empowering others and through coaching, mentorship, education, leadership, and entrepreneurship. She is dedicated to making lasting impact in her community and beyond. She holds a degree in mechanical engineering, diploma in educational philosophy, and currently pursuing a doctorate in business administration. She is a founder and director of Ox and Cordus Montessori School in Ile-Ife, and as she's popularly known as Mommy Cordus. I was privileged to be at an inter-sport last week, and I tell you, you will get as much Ogs and Cordus as you want. Please welcome an educator, a coach, and a mommy of Abosede Afewa. Please, I'll be welcoming Mr. Temple to take the other citation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Seji Temple James. So I'll be urging Mr. Olamide to stand while I take his citation. Akintaro Olamide is an avid entrepreneur with a passion to contribute to food security and agricultural development in the country. He has been in agribusiness for over 10 years with a track record of success in poultry production. Olamide is currently the team lead of Taro Agri Consulting and CEO, Taro Farms Nigeria Limited. Olamide started his career as a farm head of Bafima Awolowo University, commercial farm, where he contributed in resuscitating the already dilapidated commercial farm venture through a joint venture partnership with the university. He won the Governor's Award during his. Olamide is an international award-winning entrepreneur. He is the recipient of the CBN Venture Prize Award for Young Entrepreneurs. In the year 2016, Olamide won the Africa Business Pitch Award, also in Exchange Alumni Association, as an innovative leader contributing to the growth and development of youth in Osun State. As part of his passion to impact the next community, he has just been appointed as the Director, Research and Training for the Ife Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Olamide currently lectures at the Abiola Ajimobi Technical University teaching business and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, with a clapping ovation, let's welcome.
Thank you to the Cedar Institute Foundation. You see, we're here to rub minds with people who have made significant impact in their various fields. So yeah, let's get into it. We have listened to some of them, but let's ask questions to address some parts which they may not have taught. So where I would like to start this discussion from is the place of government policies and regulations in all these things we have been talking about all day in business. Myself and Shegun met on a platform where we went to draft a government policy on startup, like he mentioned. And up to date, all right, I don't think something tangible has come out of that. That's one of the issues those of us in the business space face, the lack of political will. But then we won't say because that the government has no political will, so we won't go about our business and this and that. So my first question will go to Mr. Akintaro. So in your experience, what are the most significant regulatory hurdles that startups, businesses can face and have been facing, and how can entrepreneurs navigate these hurdles effectively?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, once again. I'm going to be sharing my experiences in the last 10, 15 years in the agribusiness space, particularly entrepreneurship generally. As an entrepreneur, one of the key things you need to have to know is positioning. You must be ready to position yourself to make things favor you. Like I always say in my class, business success is not served a la carte. It's not on the menu. You have to cook it. It's not served a la carte. It's not on the menu list. You go to the kitchen, you bring out your ingredients, and you have to make it. What do I mean by this is, if you keep blaming government, you are never going to do something substantial. But out of every policy, there's always a way you can position yourself to make the best. I'm a product of government policy. I'm going to tell you this. I restarted our poultry. After our marriage in 2013, the money we were supposed to use for our upholstery was what we used to start our birds. I told my wife, nobody's coming to greet us. So let us convert this money, instead of you doing sitting room upholstery, let us use it to buy broiler chicken. So, and she agreed. I'm always a crazy guy. She agreed with me, and we didn't buy upholstery, we bought chicken. I went to Ibadan, I bought 200. I sold to Secondary school teachers buys from me a lot. A lot of them knows me in this town. I sold to them. We grew from 200 to 600, from 600 to 2,000. That's it. Now, this is where I'm coming. What gave us the space for 2,000 was policy. That was where the state government started the OBOPS program. Said we are enhancing broiler production in Nigeria and in Osun State. And if you have so, and so, we are going to give you inputs that's going to help you. And that was what cascaded us from 600 to 2,000. From 2,000, we went to 8,000. So instead of us to go to traditional financing or conventional financial instruments, the policy helped us to scale. You must be able to position yourself to where policy pays you. Like I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm taking your time. We were praying this morning, and we were praying for Nigeria in our family devotion. Nigeria. My daughter was the one leading the prayer. I said, let's pray for Nigeria, that Nigeria will be good. And I said, okay, Nigeria is going to be good, but let's change this prayer, that our government will have the wisdom to give us the right leadership. You know, that is a more direct prayer than just praying that Nigeria will be good. Now, as an entrepreneur, policies, there are going to be policy somersaults. Every government will bring its own policy. And after that policy of Governor Egbeshola, every time on my farm, I used to put an APC flag, even though I was not an APC person. What that does to me was that this growth was a product of policy. Was a product of policy. In every industry you are, there are policies that if you look at it very well, that can enhance you. Another policy, 2016, there was this youth entrepreneurship scheme by the federal government. And that was our first big financing. First big financing. I was one of the very few entrepreneurs that was selected for that financing by the bank of industry. Out of several people that did the training, just a few, less than 10% of us got into that. When they financed us the second time, they selected the best of the best. I was selected again for an upward financing. Strategic positioning will make policies favor you. No blanket policy will favor any jobs working person. And talk is always cheap. But if you position yourself strategically, you will be able to know how to adapt and get the best out of these policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that thing. Strategic positioning make policy favors you and your business at the end of it all. So Mrs. Olafenwa signaled me that she has something to do. Of course, I was going to direct my next question at this. So I'd like you to marry what you have to say with the question that comes to you, which is that how do you balance the need for government support with the reality that excessive regulation can stifle innovation? That comes well for someone like you who is currently playing in the academic space. So, please.
What Mr. Akintaro said earlier. This is stemming from my experience in the business space. Some of the challenging policies that I think most startup business for interest on your loans from commercial or microfinance banks. If the CBN sets the MPR, which is a facility at 10%, with the MPR at 10%, it also simply means that that bank is making nothing of that money, because for every facility issued out by the 10%. So when your MPR is sitting as a single digit, let's look at 5%, you can have your commercial banks giving out your facilities at 8%, 9%, giving a leeway of 4% for the bank to make profits, and of course the 5% MPR goes to the CBN. But currently we are having our MPR sitting at around 13% nationally, if I get that figure right. I know there was an update sometimes in December. in Q4 2024. This, what it does, it squeezes the space for which young entrepreneurs who do not have immediate funding alternatives, that space for you to go pick up facilities from a bank, it basically squeezes down to zero. Taxed by the federal government, you will be taxed for what you earn, you will be taxed for what you spend. You will also be taxed for what you spend. You will also be taxed by the Corporate Affairs Commission. For every business name registration, you owe the CAC at least 10,000 naira. So is it 6 or 7 years? Your company will be registered as inactive. So you need to put all of this into consideration when going into business. You also need to take a very stern look at what your licensing for your business, for your choice of business requires, and the cost of the licensing, and if there are any annual dues for such a license. So put all of this into consideration. Mr. Akitaru has talked about positioning yourself appropriately. In other words, you need to sit down, download. The internet is free for everybody. Search for the policies that are guiding your business. If you have 2-3 business options, download policies guiding all the 3. Look at the one you can favorably position yourself for, then choose that business. In other words, please don't streamline your business projections. Don't put all your eggs in one basket at your startup point. Give yourself options. Explore all your available options and see which one you are best positioned for in terms of policies, since that is what we are talking about now. Please, can you take the other question?
Okay, your own specific question.
Yes.
How do you balance the need for government support with the reality, that excessive regulation can stifle innovation?
So how do we balance our need for government support? Government support is minimal in Nigeria. Take 100 startups. I think 5% will be about the percentage that can stand and boast of government support. Fortunately, we have 2 of that 5% in this hall today. That's Mr. Solomon and Mr. Akintaro. I'm sure in the course of this panel discussion, they will shed more light on how they have been able to assess some of this government support. In balancing government support with the realities, I always advise startups, don't even think government support in the beginning, please. Let your government support come as add-ons. Let government support come as add-ons. However, for you to benefit from government support, you need to put your eyes and your ears down. You need to have go-to people, because there are policies that go completely below the line, under the radar. And if you don't have somebody in-house, there is absolutely no one who will let you know something like this is happening. So you need to network. I think Mr. Solomon mentioned a lot about networking. When you have the right people in your space, it becomes very easy for you to be abreast of information. Information is key. Information is the power when it comes to government support. However, like I said earlier, as a startup, please don't think government support from the beginning. Mr. Akintaro talked about his own experience while he was responding now, and you can hear from what he said. It wasn't government startup, it was money for his home's upholstery after marriage that he invested. It is when government sees you doing something in the right direction, it becomes easier for them to, push in some support here and there. And then if there are policies that will support your startup in the course of doing your business, then you go for it. I need to quickly mention here that one of the things that will help you if you're looking towards government support in the course of your business is record keeping. Record keeping, not just in form of how many you sold, take pictures, record videos, keep them. All of these things will come in handy when you need to prove later on that you have done this, have achieved this. You know, there has to be evidence, hard evidence. So looking for government support, document, document, document. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, Oririn lore wa. So there's networking actively embedded in the Yoruba culture and proverb. So you want to hear about policies or things that will aid your business. I mean, they've just told us we have to engage with people, with the community constantly. And yes, sir, Mr. Taro, we'll still come to you.
Yeah, I want to talk about that innovation and
all right.
Our
1 minute.
Yes, government and innovation. Again, I don't know, even one thing every entrepreneur should do, and that's why you are called an entrepreneur, is you must be able to know the direction of the government. Since early this year, every entrepreneur knows that this administration is going to pump up money to business and startups. And I don't know if some of you knows that they have started. Since last year, actually. I don't know. For some people in the agribusiness space, we've been seeing something like that. Recently now, they are doing these BOI Rapids funds. I don't know anybody that knows that hears that. Yes, it's basically at 8% or 9% for businesses, but for startups it might be difficult to access that. If you are not with the right information, it might be difficult because government actually wants to make sure that we have more entrepreneurs because that's what helps the economy. More people that produces helps the economy. And that is one thing you must be able to do is know where you function. There's no one silver bullet of idea that will make you successful. I always tell them in my class when we are doing idea generation. In idea generation, in entrepreneurship, there's a course called idea generation. There's no one singular silver bullet idea that solves your problem. It's a concoction of several ideas, and you see the one that is best fit for your situation and current positioning that gives you the hedge. So don't say, I have one idea. That one idea has 99% failure rate.
Thank you so much. I mean, you briefly touched on where I want to go into next, identifying government policy, and I reserved that question for Mrs. Ogumade. So what specific government policies have either helped businesses to grow or have killed certain businesses so that business owners, entrepreneurs, younger people can know what to look out for, what nature of government policy, what type of government policies to look out for when we have these examples and know, okay, this may help my business and this may crumble what I am doing.
Talking about government policies, so you have to start from the industry that your business belongs to. So I'll take my own business, for example. I fall into different categories. The sector that I'm operating right now is something called TVET, Technical Vocational Education, yes. And like he said, that you should also now look out for government policy around the sector that you belong to. So he generalized in terms of SME. So at the beginning of the year, we know that government wants to pump money into startups. But government also wants to pump money into TVET because they understand that the formal type of education doesn't really, it's not as if it doesn't have a future, but you understand that we churn out a lot of graduates, more than the number of jobs that exist. So they are looking at technical education, technical and vocational education. So in terms of plumbing, electrical works, baking, catering, and all of that. And we have a lot of vocational centers around Lagos. I come from Lagos. So if you understand the sector that your business fall into, you should now look out for policies around the business that you do. So how can I now position myself to be able to benefit from such policies? So I've worked with Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and what it does basically, and I was the head of employability. What Lagos State Employment Trust Fund does basically is to give out loans at a single-digit loan to startups. So you have micro and nano entrepreneurs. And that particular establishment was formed by a policy. So you look out for things like that will enable your business to thrive. So you're talking in terms of maybe opportunity for funding, opportunities for training. So if what you do is hairdressing, catering, mobile repair, and all of that, you have. When I was the head of employability, I was in charge of technical trainings. So what I do is to identify Lagos State residents that want to go for technical trainings in maybe phone repairs and all of that. Then we train them. Then there is another unit that now gives out loan at single digit. So those are the type of things that you should look out for as entrepreneurs, as startups. Look at, if your business belongs to the fintech space, look out for opportunities. Okay, I'm beginning to mix up grants, because right now I deal more in the grant space because I'm now on my own. So beyond government policy that creates opportunities, you can now begin to look out for grant opportunities. And some of those grant opportunities are local, some of them are international. But you now have to be able to package yourself well. Look at the criteria, the requirements that are necessary for you to apply for some of these opportunities. So if there are training opportunities, what are the requirements that I need to get to be able to apply for these training opportunities? If there are single loan digits, what are the requirements that I need to be able to apply for them? And begin to ensure that you gather those things. For LSCTF, it was as simple as being a Lagos State resident and registering for LASTRA, and maybe just 5 requirements that you have to meet. But for the loan, for you to be able to apply for the loan, you must meet some other stringent criteria. So look out for those type of opportunities. And if you go on Google, Google is your friend. Opportunities, you can look for 2 basic categories: training opportunities in what you do and funding opportunities in what you do. What are those requirements? Begin to build yourself. And that's how you position yourself for opportunities that exist within what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. So maybe after now, we have a private meeting to discuss grants, because I'm looking for a lot of that. So, Shegun, quickly, let's enter into your terrain. Of course, government and government policy, your terrain, all right? So my question for you here is that, how can entrepreneurs actively engage with policymakers to influence regulations that favor business? Not just to wait for government policies for them to bring policy, but how can business owners influence government policies?
Thank you so much. I'd like to be practical. While Blessing, I got that name right, was reading my profile earlier, she mentioned Fodite. Fodite is the forum of digital innovators and technology entrepreneurs. You were part of the process in between until now. When we started, the focus we had was policy influence, policy advocacy. Now, in Osun State, part of the challenges we had, why some of my friends were like, no, Osun is the wrong place to cite your tech firm or your academy, was because they felt like Osun doesn't really have supporting documents, supporting laws, policies, and all that. And we also have to understand the differences between laws and policies. Laws are enforceable. Policies are more or less like guidance about how the government intends to run their governance system in certain areas. Now, advocating for policies requires some level of commitment, dedication, and foresight. When we started Foodite, my personal interest, I have a privilege of being the founding chairman and the pioneer, one of the co-founders or the major founder of that organization, was how can we actually agitate for the government to do things that would bring the ecosystem of technology to life in Osun State. And like Madam had mentioned earlier, citing Mr. Akintaro's practical example of starting his own business, it's funny, and frankly, those are some of the things you see entrepreneurs doing. It can be sacrificial. He decided not to receive guests in his house for the meantime, but then threw the money into business, and he's reaping the rewards till today. So that was because if you ask him to talk deeper into that, he probably had a foresight that agriculture is an aspect that the government would be so much interested in, because there are I'm correct on that, right? And then you can definitely get quite a lot of support. So we have to bring ourselves together, bring people of like minds together. That was what we did when we started Foodite. Okay, guys, you are into this business, you are an entrepreneur in the tech space. Let's come together. There is no association. There is no forum, either formal or informal. So why don't we start this forum? And we started in 2021. Fast forward, there was an election. There was a change in governance. And this government in particular now felt like, okay, we are focusing on technology. In his 100 days in office, what he focused on was, let's see how we can actually bring the ecosystem of technology to life. And that was what led eventually to discussing the Nigerian Startup Act, adopting it and domesticating it in Osun State. We saw that as an opportunity. Of course, they invited us as stakeholders to participate, and that was where we took them up. Like you rightly mentioned, this is the third year on that document. Do you know that, Jude will be able to speak about that. He's one of the people who should be here today. We had to start putting ropes. As a matter of fact, I'd like to also mention here today that the little appointment I was given in government was because it was more or less like a bribery. To say, Solomon, you guys, your wahala is too much. You have to take this portfolio and shut up. But I told them, yeah, well, you may give me this office, because eventually we sat down and people were like, if you do not take this appointment, they would say you are agitating and questioning them about policies and all of that, why they have not done this. Now they have called you to come and serve. If you do not take it, they would have a justifiable reason against you to say, Shebi, we called you, you didn't do anything. So take it, then let somebody else replace you in the private sector. So if you are within, you get insider information, like you cited, ma'am. And then we got people who were giving us insight. Whenever any opportunity is arising, Solomon, this is happening within the government, get your people and get ready. And then we go on. We kept on engaging them. You've taken part in several of that. And then today, even though they have done not up to 20% of what we expected them to do, but the little 18, 15% we see them doing wouldn't even have come to life at all without us consistently engaging them. And that's why conversations like this should be happening. How do we influence? Call them, invite them. Let a government policy office holder, somebody who can influence, all of us are in the private sector doing business or probably on a job. You are not within the system. You cannot directly influence it. But a way to directly or indirectly influence it is to call them out, let them come and speak, query them, question them, follow them up. But it takes commitment, like I said. Even the time you should be busy with your business, chasing them around, organizing conferences like this, you spend money, engage them, you go for meetings, you tell them 1,001 reasons why they should do a particular thing. So it may linger because of the system we have in governance, bureaucracy, and all of that. But it really takes so much commitment in terms of collaboration within the private system, ecosystem, coming together, using one voice to demand for certain policies. Now, it's a different thing to actually influence policies to be made, or probably made in a particular way. For instance, some of the advocacies we did led to the state's information and communication technology policy, and we also have the IST policy, which is the Innovation Science and Technology policy. Now, from the Nigerian Startup Act, which is now domesticated in Osun State, for instance, I'm saying this. Now, part of the statement of the policy is that annually there will be 1 billion naira reserved to support startups in Osun State. Meanwhile, the federal government itself also has that law saying that annually there is going to be about 26 million naira that will be paid out to support startups annually, which is actually reviewable, meaning that as more startups are being built, then there will be increase in the amount that will be pumped into the startup ecosystem. The question now, which goes back to the very first question you have asked, is that how then do you now position yourself? Like I said, it's a different thing to influence policy. It's a different thing to get the policy made. It's not a different thing to get the policy implemented. Now, part of the implementation is what the government does. Then how do we now harness and maximize those opportunities within the policies? For instance, the Startup Act, I can speak more about the tech ecosystem and the agriculture ecosystem because I do a little bit of agriculture. Now, is that startup bill which says that, okay, we are doling out 1 billion naira per annum for a start. The qualifications require that, number one, your business is registered. Now, let's pay attention. There are different Corporate Affairs Commission registrations. So you register your business, and I'm sure Mr. Kintaro would be able to speak it out that in relation to BOI, for instance, the maximum amount you can get for capital support through BOI, if you are registered as a business name, I think it's 10 million naira. And before you can get that, you must have track records. She mentioned that. Not just track records in terms of your finance, but in terms of what you can show them and depict practically when they get to your place of work. And mind you, they won't give you the money. They probably pay the money for whatever you say you need it for. Now, you now want a business, your business needs, say, 25 million naira, and you are registered as a business name. Actually, you are unqualified. Unless you understand the fact that you now have to go and register this company as a limited liability company. And for that, it's part of what you should gain as knowledge. If you don't have that knowledge, consult a lawyer to get that done for you. Another requirement would be that, okay, for you to be regarded as a startup, your business must have run only for a maximum period of 5 years. Anything outside 5 years, you are unqualified. You have to look for bigger, other things. So these are some of the things we must have as knowledge. And please, permit me to quickly mention this. I jotted it down. Government budgets, very important. Part of the things you should look out for, I think Mr. Akintaro mentioned, but didn't speak in-depthly into it. Now, for instance, in the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology in Osun State, the budget for the year 2025 reads 1.4 billion naira. That was before, that was the initial draft of the budget taken to the House of Assembly. But then, on getting to the House of Assembly, a total cumulative budget of, 327 billion naira for Osun State for 2025 was now increased to 426 billion naira. Automatically, the initial 1.4 billion naira for that particular ministry that concerns me definitely must have been increased. You get what I'm saying? So you now look at the budgets. The budgets and all the documents regarding the finance of the government is always public. Go online, go to the website of the government, download those fiscal policies and the budgets. Look at it. Where does your business fit into, like you said, your field? And then you look at what are the ways to actually position yourself. And finally, getting an insider information. That in Nigeria, like I said, in Nigeria, if you don't know your way, your business may suffer. So know people, know your way, and then there are so many opportunities to leverage on.
Thank you so much for that.
Follow Uno Road.
Very wonderful, friend. Yeah. Okay, before I go into other parts of my question, let's take questions from the audience. Interestingly, there are 4 of them. I would like to give all panelists 1 each. So should I read everything at once? I mean, 1 or 2 for the questions actually, but important nonetheless. Okay, first one, number 1, Mr. Akintaro, I've heard you speak for some time about the terrain of business and how far you have struggled. So I would like you to answer this one. This person says, at what point should an entrepreneur give up if things are not working out? Or is giving up not an option?
Thank you.
Yes,
this is a
very succinctly.
I'm going to speak with examples. And first, before I move on, I want to appreciate our daddy in this for this project. Please let's appreciate the church. And I'm going to tell you why I said we should appreciate him. The church is building an ecosystem of entrepreneurs. You will know the impact of this training in the next 10 years. We've done 3 years consecutively now. And I've been a part of it in the last 3 years. And you will know how big this is, because this is an ecosystem. And you can even we can influence policies with this institute. We can make policy statements, we can agitate for change of some things with this institute. And you will see the impact in the next 10 years when we have over 500 persons that have gone through this process. You understand what I'm saying? Now, should an entrepreneur give up?
When should?
No.
When should an entrepreneur?
And when? This is it. Failure is a part of the process. I'm a walking failure. 3 months ago, I was telling myself that, and this is where I said that my life is an example, because I'll use another. People empathize and they see themselves more in examples than just theories. I have failed though, and I'm going to tell you, people in my class knows I've failed. That money that we used to start, I did the first batch, succeeded. We increased to 200, succeeded. When we were going to 600 birds, that was when the challenge came. All the birds died. All. Uwochia. Everything died. Everything. I took the pictures. You should be on Google Photos. Everything. Where do I start? The remaining money with me, the remaining birds, 400 layers died. The remaining 90 broilers. So I raised the broilers to maturity. I sold them. The money that I sold, I went to start buying eggs. So I was now an egg merchant. The broilers, out of 400, 50 survived. I was raising the 50. They didn't die. They didn't die finish. Let me use Nigerian English. They didn't finish dying. So the 50 were laying eggs. I created enough market that would be more than the 50. So I was buying eggs from my friend that got you win. 20, whatever. So I was buying like 100 crates. I was making a unit profit of about 50 to 100 naira, supplementary with my own, and that was how I was able to raise enough money to scale a little bit. Now, going from there, 2020, COVID came. We were at 30,000 capacity. 30,000 capacity. I'm telling you, this is a church, we lost over 100 million naira. My life was almost spoiled. I'm telling you, sir. I have seen failure. I have known failure. But now the question is, should I quit? I'm not going to quit. Sir, Daddy, when you gave me the job, and I'm saying this before everybody, you didn't know what, I have never met you before, sir. He has never seen me before. But that was the critical period. We were in the depth of over 120 million naira. I had to change method. That was when job of lecturing came. The money they were giving me as a lecturer was what I was paying my farm manager. That was what I was paying my farm manager when we were fully in operation. But I had to tell myself, save your life first. Because when birds die and the bird owner didn't die, he can come back.
Yeah,
but when bird owner die, bird itself is dead already. It's dead on arrival. Are you relating with me?
Yes.
Now, that was when I now began to strategically, I sat down. It was a tough, because people were pulling and they were pulling, we were owing people. There were friends that just on WhatsApp, we raised several tens of millions. I built that trust, consistency, that just on WhatsApp, people were willing and ready to say, okay, we're ready to bring in money to, and we've gotten to that level. How do we grow back? Because it is when I finally quit, if I quit finally, I will not be sitting here. I'm telling you. How do we start up again? We're growing, we now began to grow consistently. One friend now called me, he got the financing. He got the financing from friends. Now said the first name that came to my mind is my own name. He was charging me an interest of 10% per month.
Wow.
That is what makes me a CTL. That's what makes an entrepreneur.
Wow. Wow.
You are going to be a cocktail of failure because it's a part of the process. I'm telling you, it is 2 times now I've accessed loan shark of 10% per month. But what I told myself when he told me that means I must be able to make more than 10% per month as profit. And as God will have it, we were doing more than 10% per month. So we're able to pay back our interest and the principal, and production had to continue. Now, last year, December, true life story, because you must know, it is when you quit finally that you mess up. But you can change strategy. Last year, December, we have a production facility in Ibadan. I rented the facility. I think I rented the facility about 1.2 million naira per year. It's almost a 10,000 capacity farm. And I didn't have time again. Someone is doing PhD, is lecturing, and you are doing entrepreneur, you will die before your time. That's how my staff, they were stealing feed. The person that is taking care of chicken has started selling feed at home. My staff, farm attendant, has started selling feed at home. It was the people in the community that said, Oga, come. If you don't get time to monitor this thing, it's either you sit down there or you close. Your farm staff has started selling feed at home. I didn't say anything. As an entrepreneur, be very careful. I told her, I went to greet her at home. I saw that, okay, she has started raising turkey. She has started raising broiler. I didn't talk. January, everything, they were about to collect salary. I wanted to leave them because I don't want police case. I wanted to leave them. But someone said, let me interrogate. That was when I took 1 or 2 persons and everything on the farm has migrated to our house. They arrested her, they have spent all the money. We lost about 1.5 million naira. Now this is what I'm talking. We lost about 3 million or thereabouts. This is why I closed down that place. Knowing when to shut down and knowing when to change strategy. I closed down that outlet. Because if you cannot monitor what you are doing, I'm sorry if I'm taking your time. I'm sorry. Because this is practical. Whatever you cannot monitor, it is a fallacy to say, build your business to a point you cannot. Every great entrepreneur sits down and monitor and watch. They might not be in the core operations, but at one point or the other, they have been in the core operations. Later, they grew up to business management. Now, for young people that are just starting, if you cannot monitor processes and you don't have systems and structures to check processes, it's better you don't start. The entrepreneurship is an extreme sport. Did you hear me? It's an extreme sport. And you must develop enough resilience. We call it guts and grit. If you are not someone that is resilient and tough, you will give up so easily. You will give up so easily. When I was in the middle of this, that was when I met one of my, I'm going to close with this. I met a senior colleague. Said, you want to kill yourself on top of 150 million? Said, me, I had a cash run. A cash run is people that invested money withdrew. I had a cash run of 1.5 billion naira within 3 months. I had 2 gunshots at my back. People wanted their money back. I had 2 gunshots at my back. Know when to. One thing that God has helped us as Christians is the gift of the Holy Spirit. Tells you what to do part time. Tells you what to do part time. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. I mean, that's been very, very educative. Know when to go in, know when to change strategy, and know when to maybe shut down parts of your operation. Switch to toggle your switch.
And there is no award for the man died here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
There is no award for he died there.
On the spot.
No, don't die there. When you see that, no one business has a silver plate. I'll repeat it again. When one is not working, switch. Don't say God showed me that it is. For example, we've tried several things. God showed me that it is chicken that will make me prosper. If God shows you, He will give you strategy to make it succeed. But that doesn't mean you will not face challenges. But if that one is not working, be able to go back to God and tell you to give you strategies of how to do it right.
Thank you very much, sir. Quickly, so that we leave here on time. Apparently, we can't engage all our questions. So, Mrs. Ogumade, what advice? One of our audience is asking, what advice do you have for a CEO trying to build a resilient team with temporary staff like school leavers when professional help is unavailable?
When professional help
is unavailable. Yeah, I'll take it again if you don't mind. What advice do you have for a CEO trying to build a resilient team with temporary staff, such as school leavers, when they don't have access to professional help, when maybe they can't just hire such people, or they are not just available?
Wow. Okay. Well, it depends on the nature of a business, because you know that some businesses will require you to have highly competent people. But I want to assume that the type of business we're talking about are the type of business that a non-professional can handle. And if that is the case, we still have school leavers that are highly intelligent. So you should try and look out for people like that, school leavers that are highly intelligent, depending on what is most important criteria or skills for them to perform on the job. It's a bit dicey because I don't know the type of business that we are talking about, but I'm assuming that it's a type of business that a school leaver can handle and might not require a lot of technical skills. If that is the case, then you have to ensure that you train them. And I've told you that training these days doesn't have to be anything expensive. Even if the aspect of a business requires some bit of technical skills, if there are technical skills that can be learned within a short space of time, ensure that you take them through trainings, because their level of intelligence is a bit low. So you must ensure that you constantly train them and identify where you can get the good ones, the competent ones. You will also have to understand that because they are school leavers, some of them will want to go back to school. So it's like you're building something long-term on short-term basis. So you have to keep your pipeline constantly open. What do I mean by that? Your recruitment pipeline has to be constantly open. So if you need 3 of them per time to be able to function effectively, ensure that you have a pipeline. By pipeline, I mean that you have people like on standby. So you are constantly looking out for ready replacements. Thank you. You're always looking out for ready replacement because you can't afford at any time that 1 or 2 of them will leave and you are short staffed. So it requires a lot of balance. You have to keep your pipeline open, always have people on standby that you can always call upon at any time. Then invest in them by training them constantly. Don't say that because they are, they will be here for a short period of time, you don't train them. Go to YouTube. If there are videos that you can get on YouTube, ensure that you constantly invest in them. Then talk to them to boost their morale. Ensure that you're always talking to them to boost their morale. And I'm sure you'll be okay, you'll be all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Amen. So, but I was just wondering, would that not be... No, Shegun. No, your own question is coming because when you enter that discussion like this, we may be on it for the next. But now I'm just thinking, that process of keeping the pipeline open, would that not be too exacting on the business owner and even the business itself, having to change, and that's continuous?
No, so by keeping the pipeline open, I don't mean that you should always hire. I'm just saying that just in case 1 or 2 of them leave, you should always have like a backup plan. Right. Not that you've hired them, but you must have identified that, in case this happens, then this is what I will, this is
Let me
what...
check. A philosophy of such people, 30 seconds. The philosophy of such people is that when they know that you are their mercy, they will deal with you.
Yeah.
They will misbehave. That's the philosophy of people working with us. And when you understand that, know that you must let them know that there can be a constant replacement.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, that's when staff will tell you, I will leave these 5,000 beds. I'll leave these 5,000 beds for you now. And you see when you go and serve the drinker of 5,000 beds, God will now help you with fountain drinkers. Before you finish, the one at the back has finished.
Yes.
And that's when, so what you do is that don't be at the mercy of staff. Create a system that shows that if one goes now, another one is going to come before the next 5 hours or 6 hours or next morning latest. There must be a stopgap to prevent such.
Currently, I'm experiencing something like that. I'm managing a small team of designers and developers, and sometimes that's the good thing about being able to do things yourself. I tell a designer, do it this way. She says, I'm not available today. This remote work culture. Before you come back, I've done it. What I want to do, my next step now is that what other people can learn. Once they go like that, I just remove them. I'll do that thing myself. Some of them, even technical issues. Okay, we're having issue with this code. We're not able to build this feature. I step in, do it, and they would have learned, right? So they all know that if we say we don't want, this guy will actually do it himself. That's one. Although it can be very tasking, like you said, but then, yeah, that's it. Let me add your own question to what you want to say. All right, because we need to close soon.
Okay, so very quickly, I want to take us back to something Mrs. Ibironke mentioned earlier, and that was about not just jumping into business. So I'm running my business today, and I think one of the things that has helped me to be excellent at what I do is I had an opportunity to work in an industry that really understands what it means to have excellence in all that you do. It's a culture you must imbibe if you work in that particular organization. So I worked there for a number of years. Fortunately as well, I was moved around several departments, lateral moves that helped me to gain knowledge, not just in my line, but knowledge from everybody. So I touch HR, I'm touching innovation department, I'm touching marketing skills department and all of that. I realized I needed to talk about this because as an entrepreneur, you must, he talked about it just a little, you must be able to do the job of everybody on your team. It is a must. You must be able to do the job of the cleaner, of the gate man, of the admin officer, of the accounts, everything. You must know. And then you must also be a thought leader. Now, it's important to be a thought leader because one of my managers used to say something then, Fumi Ogumbi, that's her name, and I hold on to that thing till today. She'll tell me, even if you have the best person on your team, Bosse, whenever they bring anything to your table, you must add something to it. You are either taking out or adding to it. What it does for that member of your team is, it lets them know, I am still ahead of you, and I know about everything you're doing. It keeps everybody on their toes, and it also lets them understand that I am dispensable.
Yeah.
Once your team members know that they are dispensable, they don't joke with their job. But the day you begin to project that, you can't leave, oh, my business will die if you go, you want to go, please, I will increase your salary. That's the end. You are in trouble. Give the person 1 month later, they will bring a proposal to you that says, double my salary, otherwise I leave. Yeah. And then you become, you just be at their mercy. So please, it is important. Don't just jump into entrepreneurship. Understudy people, choose mentors. Understudy people, talk to people in the church who are in these fields, ask them questions, learn. Once you have that knowledge, nobody can take it away from you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. I think eventually this question has to go to Rance. Sorry, I just want to add one thing. Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah. Shegun,
just one
30 seconds. 31.
Wondering why you're so hinging on me. Counting. All right, so basically, I think the secret code is, for me, what works for me, I use core members.
Okay,
I use core members.
Corpus.
Yeah. Okay. So for instance, like the experienced you cited, ma'am, that sometimes if they know you don't know this skill. When Blessing was reading my skill, I have front end, I do back end, I do this, I do literally everything. If I don't know a skill, in fact, there are some skills we teach in my firm that I had to remove. Not because we couldn't get to those, but because I don't know them myself. So I'd rather, because from experience, we've hired staff members who are so good and competent, and I relied so much on them, but they mess up. Time for classes, 10 o'clock class, they are coming by 12:30. Time for this, they are misbehaving. At the point I sat down, sometimes when students need to learn a particular skill, and the tutor is not there, they are waiting, and sometimes the tutors don't show up. That was what led me to now go and learn so many others. I now became a master of many things. You can't be a master of all, but master of many things. Then I discovered that, okay, this one will come, and some of them who have this professional skill would want to charge more, all right? Yeah. Based on the status of the system, you may not have the capacity to pay what they need. Then I started recruiting core members, but not all core members. I had the privilege of being a SAID NYSC tutor in camp. So I go to camp by myself to look not just for you studying computer science in school, but do you have that skill? Then I test them in camp, then I recruit them.
Thank you so much. Now,
okay.
Now, Mrs.
So please, just 1 minute. I feel that if I don't say this, we might be misleading you. Because I have a bit of divergence view to what he said earlier on. there probably will come a time that entrepreneurs will have to close shop. You might need to go and understudy somebody for 3 years. So don't ever think that you just need to keep eating your head on the wall. If it's not working, close shop. Go and learn. Go and understudy somebody for 3 years. Come back to it. See if it's still what you want to do, then continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we unlock? Let's take a final question. Can we unlock this?
You've locked it.
Who has this? Okay, let's have your closing remarks, please. Everybody, yeah, from you.
There's something I think we need to talk about, and that's funding. Funding will be my closing remark for this afternoon. So most startups have different opportunities of funding. One of the opportunities of funding is bootstrapping. I'll talk about those one after the other. We also have the venture capital.
Talked about funding in the class, so they have an idea of what you are saying.
Okay.
All of this.
Okay, so you guys, okay, there's a class.
Yeah, it's an 8-week.
Okay, good. So, I think one of the best funding opportunities, in my own opinion and experience, for a startup is either your bootstrapping or your crowdfunding. It does not expose you to too much risks, yes, and pressure. When you are ready to scale your business, push it up, make it bigger, then you can start thinking venture capital. But when thinking venture capital, remember to consider the pros and the cons. Remember that you're going to be giving some of your power as the business idea owner, as the CEO, as the director, or whatever it is, to somebody else. So think about all of this thoroughly before making your final decisions. That'll be my parting word for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mrs. Ogumade, your final remark.
Okay, for me, it will be in the area of, I guess I should have reserved what I said for my closing remark. It's not a do or die affair. I understand that, we all want to be successful in our entrepreneurship journey. But, so I want to use something to do the illustration. If you put a paper in the rubber band and you pull it back, it will go faster when you pull it. At times, you have to take a step backward and go and learn, especially if you are a first-time entrepreneur. There is a place for learning. There is a place for tutelage. There is a place for mentoring. As old as I am, okay, I'm young. As old as I am, I had to close shop at a particular time to go and partner with somebody, learn under the person. Because the type of grant that I was looking for was higher than anything that I've ever handled. And they would not give it to me based on my track record. So I had to go and submit myself under somebody to be able to partner. My husband will say that 1% of 1 billion is more than 100% of nothing. So think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Shegun Solomon.
Yeah, so briefly.
You have less than a minute.
So basically, I'll just leave these words of encouragement. If you are going into business, especially as a young person like I am, I think I am the youngest. You see, she's my mom, she's my auntie, she's my uncle. So you would definitely find naysayers. People would give you 1,001 reasons why you cannot succeed. It could even be your mom, your dad. People whom you expect support from, giving you 100 reasons why you would not succeed in that business. Sometimes you have to filter and don't be discouraged. Put on your grit and put on that cardigan of energy, vibe, and readiness to do great things. Thank you so much.
Mr. Kitaro,
Thank you.
you have less than
Two
a minute.
things. What I would say is be resilient, be dogged. Like the catchword for the church is streetwise apostles. Rely on the Holy Spirit. You cannot be too smart for the Holy Spirit. Your doggedness, your resilience, be backed up by the Holy Spirit. He's the biggest business strategist. He's going to teach us what to do part-time. That's my catchword. That's my parting words. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. We have really learned from you. God bless you. Yes, I hope we have really learned a lot. It's been a long day. And with that, we'll be taking a closing remark from our senior pastor, our father in the house, Pastor Professor Ayobami Salami. A round of applause as we welcome him.
Let's put hands together once again. First, I want to appreciate the organizer of this program. I mean the coordinators, ably led by one and one Adetola Asha and Biodun Omonijo and their team. Let's put hands together for the Lord for them. But let me confess that I'm personally disappointed that most of our members are not around to benefit from this highly impactful program. And as I said that, I was wondering what was the reason why most of our people have missed out on this thing. Some years ago, we started this journey and we wanted to, just like Akizaro said, we want to build an ecosystem within the church. If you look at the vision and mission of this ministry, we want to raise the Cedar Generation will be holy, healthy, and highly successful. And so we want to deal with these three components. That's why I call it H Summit, the 3 H. Holiness, how to live life, and how to be highly successful. And you see, part of the reason for a program like this, that we want people to learn from the new thing, the new trend, and also not make the mistake that people of my generation made. If you want to be highly successful, yes, you can be successful professionally, by education, that is one thing. But one thing is clear. You can be successful and comfortable by earning salaries. Am I right? But you can really be worthy by earning salaries. Do you agree with me? And that is the mistake that people of my generation made. You earn salary that makes you comfortable, and that becomes a disadvantage. And so we don't want, because we deal with the generation of youth, this is a youth-based church. We don't want this generation to make that mistake. And so we want to expose them to this, so that yes, while you are hard at your study, put everything there, take note of this, so that you can go higher than people like us have gone. And I pray that as we continue putting this effort, we'll eventually be able to bring up and grow a very healthy, successful ecosystem of entrepreneurs within this church. You know, I sat down there, I listened. Even when I went to my office, I will make sure I tune in online. And I want to express my gratitude to our speakers and our panelists for the wonderful job they have done. Let us put our hands together for them. And we'll be having some follow-up programs. And when we meet each other tomorrow, I'm going to be coming hard on the members. And we are going to make sure we have a follow-up quickly, because I'm personally not pleased with the attendance we have had today. And we need to follow up on that. But I want to please plead with our speakers that we may call on you later on. And I do hope that when we call on you, you'll be glad to come back. I don't know, do I have other commitments? Put hands together for the Lord. I want to thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank those of you who attended. I want to thank our speaker and our panelists. And I pray that God will help you in growing your business. And you become more successful than you have been in the mighty name of Jesus. Who knows? Maybe we have the future Dangotes here. Future debt of $10 here. Future Mike Adenuga here. These people, I was in a meeting yesterday and I was told that Dangote started his business by borrowing money. The money he used to start his business in those days and was $3,000, which was less than 3,000 naira, because naira was stronger than dollar then. So he had to borrow $3,000 to start his business, and where he is today. So many of you here will be better than Dangote in future. In Jesus' name. Let us stand up as we just pray and share the Father, we thank you for the privilege you have to come to your presence today. Lord, I ask and I pray that what we have had today will be a seed that you will water and that will grow, that will bring fruits in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. All the people who have encouraged us, who have spoken to us, Lord, they have water. I pray that you water them back in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Everyone who have been part of this program, Lord, they will not attend in vain. Lord, whatever they are taking out of this, I ask that you help them to act on it and move forward in life in Jesus' name. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit rest and abide with us now and forevermore in Jesus' name. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever in Jesus' name. Our anchor verse: righteous shall flourish like a palm tree, it shall go like the Lebanon. I am the righteous of the Lord, I shall flourish like a palm tree, I shall go like the Lebanon in Jesus' name. Members of the household of Cedar, what is our vision? To raise a Cedar generation who will be holy, healthy, and highly successful, ready to beauty and glory of God in this perverse generation. And what is our mandate? To be change agents who receive anointing in the church and make impact in the world. As wise, go and be a wise apostle. God bless you.